With almost 3 decades of experience and having listed and sold over 1,500 homes, I have perfected a listing strategy that works in any and every market. In this video, I'll show you exactly what to say, how to handle objections, build trust, and get signed listing agreements on well-priced properties. If you want to walk into your appointments confidently and walk out with signed listing agreements, this video is for you. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. In this video, I'm gonna give you a step-by-step process to effectively handle your listing presentations so you can walk away with a signed listing agreement. The first thing I want you to write down is this. When a seller agrees to meet with you, they give you an appointment to talk about listing the house. They are a yes. Trust me, they are a yes, unless you show up and you do something weird and you turn them into a no. If you follow what I'm going to tell you here today, you will keep them as a yes and you'll get a listing signed and that will be it. So write this down. Sellers are looking for the answer to this question at a listing appointment. And their question is, do I feel like this agent can sell my home for the most money possible in the least amount of time and with the least amount of hassle? That's it. Everything you do, everything you say, that they're processing, thinking, do I believe this is the right person to do this for me? Do I trust them? Is this the agent that can sell it for the most money in the least amount of time with the least amount of hassle? So step by step, I believe there are 8 steps. So here's step number 1. When you show up to a listing appointment, you have to use an effective script. There are 4 parts to a listing presentation. My listing presentation, the one that I teach my clients as Sales X training, 4 parts. Part number 1, confirm their motivation to sell. Motivation is, where are they moving to? When do they want to get there? And why are they moving? It's where, when, and why. Part number 2 is you're going to share with them your marketing plan. What are you going to do to sell the house? And believe me, with a marketing plan, you cannot sound like every other agent. Well, I put it on hundreds of websites. I'm going to put it in the MLS. I'm going to do an open house. I'll put a sign for it. I'll get professional photos. That's what everybody does. You could do all of that too, but somehow you got to share with them what you do differently. I'm going to cover that step in just a little bit, okay? Step number 3 on your presentation is the price. Is having a conversation about the price. I'm going to talk to you about how to prepare a CMA in just a minute as well. And then the 4th, last part of your presentation is ask them to sign the contract. So that's it. Those are the 4 parts. There's an effective script for you to use. And you don't really have an option. You have to use a script, because if you don't, you're going to be making things up as you go. And if you've been in real estate for a little while and you've been on some listing appointments where you made things up as you go, I think you know how that turns out. Not very well. Model someone that has done it effectively. Not only have I done it very effectively, because I listed 150 FSBOs a year for several years in an incredibly competitive market, but I currently coach hundreds of agents that are using my script and taking listings every day. So why would you make things up as you go or use some other crazy script out there that doesn't even make sense to you? So model an effective script. And remember, the issue is not a script, because I hear so many agents say, well, I don't like scripts. No. What you don't like is sounding scripted, because agents say, well, this script doesn't sound like me. Of course not. If you've never used it, how do you expect something new to sound like you? You practice, and repetition is the mother of skill. The more you practice, the more conversational you're able to deliver the script, and then all of a sudden it starts sounding like you, and you'll be very effective. Step number 2, you must pre-qualify your appointments. Again, use an effective script. Learn, practice to deliver it in a conversational manner. Pre-qualifying is critical. The goal here is to walk away from this appointment with a signed listing agreement. If you don't pre-qualify, you're walking into a situation that you have no idea. You don't know what their questions are, what their objections are, what their concerns are. You don't know if they're interviewing other agents, who they're interviewing. If all the owners are going to be there, you're just walking in blindly. And trust me, if you don't pre-qualify thoroughly, you will be blindsided, and it's not likely that you're going to take the listing. The purpose of pre-qualifying, in addition to obviously answering all the questions that I just mentioned to you, is finding out more about their motivation and financial situation. That's also critical when you pre-qualify. Here's step number 3. You have to prepare an accurate and concise market analysis. And I say concise because you don't want like pages and pages of information, because that when there's too much information, it creates confusion. People get lost with a bunch of information and they don't make decisions. Accurate. You need to learn how to find comparables that make sense. A great way for you to learn how to do that is sit down with an appraiser. Look at an appraisal. Ask them how they find comparables, because that's exactly what you're supposed to do. You need to think like an appraiser. Their job is to tell the lender what the value of this home is. It's the same thing. You need to help the seller understand the value of this home. So you need to accurately select comparables that make sense. If the comparables you're choosing are not exactly like the subject property, and very often they're not, appraisers make adjustments for the differences, and you need to learn how to do that. And learning how an appraiser thinks is one of the best ways to do that. So find an appraiser, invite them to lunch, pick their brain, learn, take a few different appraisals, study them, and make it short and sweet so you can have a powerful conversation and help the seller understand the price. Point number 4 is, and this is critical, as you walk into every listing appointment, always assume that they're listing with you, because ultimately, I always say to my clients, mindset is everything. If you walk in thinking they're not going to list with you for whatever reason, I don't care if they told you over the phone, well, I'm not listing, because sometimes they say that, right? And that's part of the pre-qualifying. But if you're walking in thinking they're not going to list with me, well, that's going to affect how you present, what you say, how you behave, and it's going to determine whether or not you take this listing. So always assume the sale. Remember, this is a famous quote. I love it. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, either way, you're right. So decide before you even walk in that you're taking this listing and you're not walking out of the house without their signature. Step number 5. Remember that motivated seller, they want to sell their house. If they didn't want to sell their house, you wouldn't be there, okay? I don't care what they say, oh, I'm not in a hurry. If I don't sell, I'll rent. You wouldn't be meeting with them if they didn't want to sell. Motivated sellers are looking for a knowledgeable, professional, confident, and aggressive agent. Write down those 4 words. That is what they're looking for. They're not looking for Oh, so what do you think? Oh my gosh, you have a dog, I have a dog. Oh, I love this too. They're not looking for a friend. They're looking for a professional that's confident, that makes them feel confident that they can sell this house for the most money in the least amount of time with the least amount of hassle. You need to show up that way. Oh, but I haven't been on listing appointments. I'm new to real estate. I don't have the confidence and I'm not knowledgeable. Get the knowledge you need as soon as possible. Fake it till you make it. Act as if you were. I was brand new to real estate at some point too. I had no idea what I was doing. And obviously, I wasn't as good as I was in the beginning as I turned out to be a few years later. We get better and better every day. But you gotta do your very best. You cannot show up like, well, like scared, wishy-washy. Then you have no chance. So you gotta act confidently, like as if you were an actor or an actress. And you're playing the part of a confident, knowledgeable, professional real estate agent. That's it. That's what you need to do. Point number 6. You gotta show up energetic, enthusiastic, with passion for what you do. Because this, in and of itself, if you feel like, well, I don't have the skills and I lack in this area, when you're energetic and enthusiastic, that makes up for a lack of skills, and it's contagious. People want to do business with people that are passionate and excited. They're going to make the decision to hire you because they're excited about the possibility of what you can do for them. Now, if you're not excited and full of energy, how are you going to get them excited about listing with you? It's not going to happen. Point number 7. This is one of the most important things on your listing presentation, and it's step number 3 part number 3. In the beginning, I gave you the 4 parts. Part number 2 is your marketing plan. Part 1 is confirm the motivation. 2 is the marketing plan. 3 is price. 4 is getting the signature. So part number 2, your marketing plan. The most important thing you need to do is talk to them about what you do differently, because they are not going to hire another agent to do the same thing and expect that this time the house is going to sell. So what is it that you do differently? If you are doing what I tell you to do, you're an active and aggressive agent. You're prospecting every day. You're speaking to 40 or 50 people a day about buying and selling real estate. You're asking everyone you speak with, even if it's an expired or for sale buyer, everyone you speak with, even if you don't set an appointment. Can you think of anyone that's looking to buy or sell a home anywhere in our area that I can help? That is your job. Now, there are other things you do as an active agent. To me, this is the most important thing that other agents don't do. All they do is passive stuff. You could do the passive stuff too. Now, just because you're an active agent and you're prospecting every day, does that mean that you're going to sell their house and you're going to find a buyer because of some of the people that you're talking to and the cross-selling that you do? No. Not necessarily. I actually used to say this to sellers on listing appointments. When I talked about what I do in the prospecting and I'm talking to people every day, that's what separates me from 99.9% of the agents out there. I would say to them, and Mr. Seller, let me share this with you. Even though I talk to this many people every day, does that mean that I will be the agent to sell your house? Unfortunately, not necessarily, because I am one Jackie and there are 10,000 agents right here in our area, and there's millions of agents nationwide, and your buyer could be coming from anywhere. So I can't promise you that I will be the one to bring in the buyer. What I can promise you is this, Mr. Seller: when you hire me today, my job is to find the buyer for your property, and I'm going to work at that every single day. I'm not just gonna sit around, throw it in the multiple listing on hundreds of websites and wait for the buyer to find me. I'm out there talking to people every day, looking for buyers for the properties that I list. And that's what you would expect an agent to do for you, isn't it? In a nutshell, that's the dialogue. That's part number 7. It is critically important. And the last step is ask them to sign the contract. Have you ever been on a listing appointment and you did whatever presentation you're doing and at the end you don't ask them to sign for whatever reason? You know, sometimes sellers will even say, you can come tell me what you do, but I'm not gonna list. So remember I said you gotta always assume the sale. You believe what they're saying, that they're not gonna list. So then you don't even ask for the signature. If you don't ask, the answer will always be no. And remember, 80% of the yeses happen after asking 5 times. So asking once is not enough. If you ask once and they don't sign, they give you an objection, you gotta handle that objection and ask again. Now, I will say this, when you do your job correctly, you follow what I have given you here, and you do an amazing presentation, they're likely to sign the first time you ask. It's not complicated. When you do a great job, they're ready to go. But if you happen to get an objection, you need to handle it and ask for the signature again. And I want to close with this quote for you. Luck happens when preparation meets opportunity. When you walk through that door, you have an opportunity. They're a yes. And for you to get lucky on this appointment and actually get the listing, the more prepared you are, the better your chances of taking this listing. I trust that this was helpful for you. Make sure you like the video. Put your comments and questions below. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that yet, and I will see you on the next video. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. In this video, I'm gonna give you the top 10 listing presentation objections and exactly how to respond. I made a list of the top 10. The first one on my list is, I want to think about it. Give me a day. We want to sleep on it. Call me tomorrow. What's interesting about this objection is that we want to think about it is not the real objection. The real objection is, what is it that they want to think about? So the first thing you're going to do here, though, is you're going to acknowledge the objection. So you're going to say, Mr. Seller, I completely understand. Obviously, the agent that you list your property with is a very important decision. Your home is one of your biggest assets, and you want to make sure that you put it in the hands of the best agent possible. Now, Mr. Seller, I'm just curious because we covered a lot of information during the presentation today. What exactly do you need to think about? Just ask it like that first, because they may just say, well, it's the price, or, you know, another agent said they can get me a higher price, or another agent said they could do it for a lower commission. They may just tell you which that would be the real objection you have to handle, right? If they say, no, you know, I don't know, we just want to, you know, talk about it and make sure, or whatever, you know, they don't really give you the objection, then you could say something like this. And Mr. Seller, hey guys, welcome back to my channel. In this video, I'm going to tell you how to handle objections at the listing presentation. So I'm going to start by saying something. So before I even say it, I'm going to tell you again, I will give you the steps on how to handle objections at the listing presentation. But before I do, I want you to know that the best way for you to handle objections at the listing presentation is to avoid these objections. And there are things you can do properly, effectively, correctly, so you avoid these objections. So the first thing you need to do to avoid them is you must pre-qualify your appointments. And you have to pre-qualify them thoroughly. That doesn't mean that it's a long script. My pre-qualifying script is pretty short, but it's thorough. And the questions on the pre-qualifying script are the basic questions you ask. Motivation questions. Where are they moving? When do they want to be there? What's important about moving? Why are they moving? These are pre-qualifying questions. These are not things you talk about or ask about before you set the appointment, because you pre-qualify an appointment after you set one. Because if you haven't set an appointment yet, what are you asking these questions for? They are irrelevant. When you're pre-qualifying, you find out if they're interviewing other agents so you can be better prepared. You find out if one of the decision makers won't be there, in which case you really cannot take a listing if someone that needs to help with the decision is not there. So there are other pre-qualifying questions. What are they looking for in the agent they will hire? That's one of my favorite pre-qualifying questions. Will they be ready to list the property with you at the end of the meeting if they are absolutely confident that hiring you is the best decision they can make? These are pre-qualifying questions. When you ask these questions, you're gathering information. You're not pre-qualifying, so they give you objections and then you handle them over the phone. No. You're learning what the objections are, what their questions and concerns are. So when you show up to the appointment, you're better prepared and you could handle them preemptively. Meaning before they come up, you don't wait until the end. You already know they have concerns, so you respond. Number 2, you also avoid objections at the listing presentation by doing a great presentation, standing out, blowing their mind. That I want you to think about this. Motivated sellers are looking for an aggressive agent. Aggressive doesn't mean you're going to beat them up. Aggressive means you believe that you are the best agent for the job and you're going to convey that message to them. And they're going to feel confident that you can get their home sold for the most money possible in the least amount of time with the least amount of hassle. That is what motivated sellers are looking for. And when you show up confidently, you speak with authority. And even if you're new to real estate, you sound knowledgeable because you need to learn what you need to learn to show up and make a great presentation. They're going to have very few or no objections. And when you ask them to just, I need your signature right here, they go ahead and sign. Point number 3, before you even start your presentation, take the listing agreement that you brought with you, put it on the table, put the pen on top of it, and this listing agreement that's completely filled out, with the exception of the price, should be sitting there. It's a subliminal close. And it's gonna, combined with the fact that you pre-qualified, you're doing an amazing job, you stand out, you're super confident, that is also going to set the tone for them to just go ahead and sign when you ask for the signature, instead of you scrambling and opening your briefcase and trying to figure out where you have a listing agreement. And point number 4 is, if you get to the end of your presentation and they still give you an objection, you're going to handle it, and I'm going to give you the points. But before you handle the objection, and this is one of the steps in handling, you isolate the objection. And isolating the objection sounds something like this. And then I'm going to go through the steps and I'll repeat it for you. Mr. Seller, let's say the objection is, can you cut your commission? Isolating would sound like this: Mr. Seller, if you and I can agree on the commission today, will you be ready to go ahead and list the property with me? So what you're doing now is you're narrowing it down to just this objection. That's the only thing you have to do. So if we can agree on the commission, we're done. It's not like you have, a bunch of other questions, because if they do, you need to know before you start handling them or what you do with it. You need to know what they are. But isolating the objection, very often they would say, yeah, if we could agree on the commission, sure, I'd be ready to go. So it's a great, great tool for you to use. So here are the 6 steps in handling objections at the appointment. Certainly very different than what you do over the phone. Step number 1 is the same as over the phone, which is listen intently. When you're in front of a seller on a listing presentation and they have some concern or objection, the last thing you want to do is freak out or be in your head and start thinking about how you're going to respond, which is what most agents, in fact, most human beings do. When somebody else is talking, we're already thinking about what we're going to say and how we're going to respond. Be fully present to the conversation, listening intently. Step number 2, you're going to repeat and approve the objection. So you're gonna repeat it to them. Mr. Seller, I understand your concern about the commission. Obviously, I'm giving you an example. Whatever the objection is, you're gonna repeat and approve. Obviously, from your perspective, you're thinking the more commission you pay, the less money you end up with, and clearly, you want to be able to walk away with the most money. I completely understand. That's just an example of repeating and approving. Step number 3 is you level shift the objection, which is very often possible to do, and then you isolate it. So the example that I gave you of the repeat and approval, I did a level shift. So let's say the objection is the commission. Level shifting means, so you repeat and approve, I understand your concern, and obviously, Mr. Seller, you're concerned about being able to walk away with the most money possible. It's not so much the commission you paid, is what you end up walking away with. And from your perspective, you're thinking, well, the more commission I pay, the less I get to keep. So I understand your concern. So basically what you're doing is you're shifting the focus from commission to walking away with the most money, okay? And now you isolate the objection. I already said it, I'll repeat. So Mr. Seller, if you and I can agree on the commission, will you be ready to go ahead and list the property with me today? And then number 4, step 4, you ask a question to get their attention, to spark curiosity. I'll give you an example again with commission. Mr. Seller, can I share with you why working with a discount agent can actually end up costing you money? So they're asking for you to cut your commission, right? Meaning discounting your commission. Can I tell you why? Now, you notice that when I asked that question, I raised my volume of my voice. I sort of leaned in and I sound concerned. Of course, they're going to say, sure, well, what do you mean by that? How can it cost me money? Now, step 5, you have to handle the objection. This is not an objection handling video. This is teaching you the steps to actually handling them at the presentation. So I'm not going to give you commission objections here. I believe there's some videos on my channel. You gotta watch through all of them or look through the titles at least, because I actually have covered this on other videos. Whatever the objection is, you handle it. And then step number 6, which is the final one, ask them to sign the contract. You have the agreement in front of you. You just, Mr. Seller, I just need your signature right here so I can go to work and get this property sold for you. Now, When you ask them to sign, one of two things will happen. They'll either sign, they'll grab the pen, you're handing it to them and sign, or they will give you another objection. Well, yeah, I need to sleep on it. Or you already isolated the objection, so I trust that they won't have anything else. However, if they're not feeling confident that you're the right agent for the job, they're gonna come up with, I have to think about it, or I'm interviewing other agents, or they'll come up with something, even though they might have said yes when you isolated the objection. If you get another objection when you ask them to sign, you follow the steps again. I gave them to you. Listen intently, repeat and approve. You level, shift, isolate the objection. Ask a question to get their attention. Handle the objection. You gotta ask them to sign again. Whether you're handling an objection over the phone or in person, the last step is always the close. Because if you don't ask for the signature, if you are on the phone and you don't ask for the appointment, you're handling objections and you're leaving things up in the air. And that's why you don't get more contracts signed or more appointments. And the final thought I want to give you on this is commit to asking for the signature at least 5 times. I trust that it's not going to take that. If you do what I told you in the beginning, if you're pre-qualified, if you're prepared, if you do all the things I told you, you shouldn't have any objections. You should ask them to sign and they're ready to go because you've done such an incredible job. But if you do get objections, it doesn't really work for you to just ask for the signature once. 80% of the yeses come after asking 5 times. You have to commit to that. And right now you're listening to this and you might be freaking out. Oh my gosh, that will be so uncomfortable. Yes, it will be uncomfortable. If you practice, it'll be less comfortable. And the more you do it, the more comfortable you will be. But yes, that's how you grow and get better, by doing things that are uncomfortable to you. And knowing that by asking 5 times, your chances of getting the signature are up to 80%. That should inspire you. You gotta ask, either they sign or they throw you out. That's the way you have to look at it. Trust me, you're gonna get a lot more listing agreements signed when you follow these steps. I trust this video was helpful, informative for you. Put your comments and questions below. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. We're posting new videos every week, so click the bell next to the subscribe button so you're notified when a new video is coming up. And thanks for watching. I will see you soon. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. In this video, I'm gonna give you a step-by-step process to effectively handle your listing presentations so you can walk away with a signed listing agreement. The first thing I want you to write down is this. When a seller agrees to meet with you, they give you an appointment to talk about listing the house. They are a yes. Trust me, they are a yes, unless you show up and you do something weird and you turn them into a no. If you follow what I'm going to tell you here today, you will keep them as a yes and you'll get a listing signed and that will be it. So write this down. Sellers are looking for the answer to this question at a listing appointment. And their question is, do I feel like this agent can sell my home for the most money possible in the least amount of time and with the least amount of hassle? That's it. Everything you do, everything you say, that they're processing, thinking, do I believe this is the right person to do this for me? Do I trust them? Is this the agent that can sell it for the most money in the least amount of time with the least amount of hassle? So step by step, I believe there are 8 steps. So here's step number 1. When you show up to a listing appointment, you have to use an effective script. There are 4 parts to a listing presentation. My listing presentation, the one that I teach my clients as Sales X training, 4 parts. Part number 1, confirm their motivation to sell. Motivation is where are they moving to, when do they want to get there, and why are they moving. It's where, when, and why. Part number 2 is you're going to share with them your marketing plan. What are you going to do to sell the house? And believe me, with a marketing plan, you cannot sound like every other agent. Well, I put it on hundreds of websites. I'm going to put it in the MLS. I'm going to do an open house. I'll put a sign for it. I'll get professional photos. That's what everybody does. You could do all of that too, but somehow you got to share with them what you do differently. I'm going to cover that step in just a little bit, okay? Step number 3 on your presentation is the price, is having a conversation about the price. I'm going to talk to you about how to prepare a CMA in just a minute as well. And then the 4th, last part of your presentation is ask them to sign the contract. So that's it. Those are the 4 parts. There's an effective script for you to use. And you don't really have an option. You have to use a script, because if you don't, you're going to be making things up as you go. And if you've been in real estate for a little while and you've been on some listing appointments where you made things up as you go, I think you know how that turns out. Not very well. Model someone that has done it effectively. Not only have I done it very effectively, because I listed 150 FSBOs a year for several years in an incredibly competitive market, but I currently coach hundreds of agents that are using my script and taking listings every day. So why would you make things up as you go or use some other crazy script out there that doesn't even make sense to you? So model an effective script. And remember, the issue is not a script, because I hear so many agents say, well, I don't like scripts. No. What you don't like is sounding scripted, because agents say, well, this script doesn't sound like me. Of course not. If you've never used it, how do you expect something new to sound like you? You practice, and repetition is the mother of skill. The more you practice, the more conversational you're able to deliver the script, and then all of a sudden it starts sounding like you, and you'll be very effective. Step number 2, you must pre-qualify your appointments. Again, use an effective script. Learn, practice to deliver it in a conversational manner. Pre-qualifying is critical. The goal here is to walk away from this appointment with a signed listing agreement. If you don't pre-qualify, you're walking into a situation that you have no idea. You don't know what their questions are, what their objections are, what their concerns are. You don't know if they're interviewing other agents, who they're interviewing. If all the owners are going to be there, you're just walking in blindly. And trust me, if you don't pre-qualify thoroughly, you will be blindsided, and it's not likely that you're going to take the listing. The purpose of pre-qualifying, in addition to obviously answering all the questions that I just mentioned to you, is finding out more about their motivation and financial situation. That's also critical when you pre-qualify. Here's step number 3. You have to prepare an accurate and concise market analysis. And I say concise because you don't want like pages and pages of information, because when there's too much information, it creates confusion. People get lost with a bunch of information and they don't make decisions. Accurate. You need to learn how to find comparables that make sense. A great way for you to learn how to do that is sit down with an appraiser. Look at an appraisal. Ask them how they find comparables, because that's exactly what you're supposed to do. You need to think like an appraiser. Their job is to tell the lender what the value of this home is. It's the same thing. You need to help the seller understand the value of this home. So you need to accurately select comparables that make sense. If the comparables you're choosing are not exactly like the subject property, and very often they're not, appraisers make adjustments for the differences, and you need to learn how to do that. And learning how an appraiser thinks, one of the best ways to do that. So find an appraiser, invite them to lunch, pick their brain, learn, take a few different appraisals, study them, and make it short and sweet so you can have a powerful conversation and help the seller understand the price. Point number 4 is, and this is critical, as you walk into every listing appointment, always assume that they're listing with you, because ultimately, I always say to my clients, mindset is everything. If you walk in thinking they're not going to list with you for whatever reason, I don't care if they told you over the phone, well, I'm not listing, because sometimes they say that, right? And that's part of the pre-qualifying. But if you're walking in thinking they're not going to list with me, well, that's going to affect how you present, what you say, how you behave, and it's going to determine whether or not you take this listing. So always assume the sale. Remember, this is a famous quote. I love it. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, either way, you're right. So decide before you even walk in that you're taking this listing and you're not walking out of the house without their signature. Step number 5, remember that motivated seller, they want to sell their house. If they didn't want to sell their house, you wouldn't be there, okay? I don't care what they say, I'm not in a hurry. If I don't sell, I'll rent. You wouldn't be meeting with them if they didn't want to sell. Motivated sellers are looking for a knowledgeable, professional, confident, and aggressive agent. Write down those 4 words. That is what they're looking for. They're not looking for, oh, so what do you think? Oh my gosh, you have a dog, I have a dog. Oh, I love this too. They're not looking for a friend. They're looking for a professional that's confident, that makes them feel confident that they can sell this house for the most money in the least amount of time with the least amount of hassle. You need to show up that way. Oh, but I haven't been on listing appointments. I'm new to real estate. I don't have the confidence and I'm not knowledgeable. Get the knowledge you need as soon as possible. Fake it till you make it. Act as if you were. I was brand new to real estate at some point too. I had no idea what I was doing. And obviously I wasn't as good as I was in the beginning as I turned out to be a few years later. We get better and better every day. But you gotta do your very best. You cannot show up like, well, like scared, wishy-washy. Then you have no chance. So you gotta act confidently, like as if you were an actor or an actress. And you're playing the part of a confident, knowledgeable, professional real estate agent. That's it. That's what you need to do. Point number 6. You gotta show up energetic, enthusiastic, with passion for what you do. Because this, in and of itself, if you feel like, well, I don't have the skills and I lack in this area, when you're energetic and enthusiastic, that makes up for a lack of skills, and it's contagious. People want to do business with people that are passionate and excited. They're gonna make the decision to hire you because they're excited about the possibility of what you can do for them. Now, if you're not excited and full of energy, how are you gonna get them excited about listing with you? It's not gonna happen. Point number 7. This is one of the most important things on your listing presentation, and it's step number 3 part number 3. In the beginning, I gave you the 4 parts. Part number 2, part number 2 is your marketing plan. Part 1 is confirm the motivation. 2 is the marketing plan. 3 is price. 4 is getting the signature. So part number 2, your marketing plan. The most important thing you need to do is talk to them about what you do differently, because they are not going to hire another agent to do the same thing and expect that this time the house is going to sell. So what is it that you do differently? If you are doing what I tell you to do, you're an active and aggressive agent. You're prospecting every day. You're speaking to 40 or 50 people a day about buying and selling real estate. You're asking everyone you speak with, even if it's an expired or for sale buyer, everyone you speak with, even if you don't set an appointment. Can you think of anyone that's looking to buy or sell a home anywhere in our area that I can help? That is your job. Now, there are other things you do as an active agent. To me, this is the most important thing that other agents don't do. All they do is passive stuff. You could do the passive stuff too. Now, just because you're an active agent and you're prospecting every day, does that mean that you're going to sell their house and you're going to find a buyer because of some of the people that you're talking to and the cross-selling that you do? No. Not necessarily. I actually used to say this to sellers on listing appointments. When I talked about what I do in the prospecting and I'm talking to people every day, that's what separates me from 99.9% of the agents out there. I would say to them, and Mr. Seller, let me share this with you. Even though I talk to this many people every day, does that mean that I will be the agent to sell your house? Unfortunately, not necessarily, because I am one Jackie and there are 10,000 agents right here in our area, and there's millions of agents nationwide, and your buyer could be coming from anywhere. So I can't promise you that I will be the one to bring in the buyer. What I can promise you is this, Mr. Seller: when you hire me today, my job is to find the buyer for your property, and I'm going to work at that every single day. I'm not just going to sit around, throw it in the multiple listing on hundreds of websites and wait for the buyer to find me. I'm out there talking to people every day, looking for buyers for the properties that I list, and that's what you would expect an agent to do for you, isn't it? In a nutshell, that's the dialogue. That's part number 7. It is critically important. And the last step is ask them to sign the contract. Have you ever been on a listing appointment and you did whatever presentation you're doing, and at the end, you don't ask them to sign for whatever reason? You know, sometimes sellers will even say, you can come tell me what you do, but I'm not going to list. So remember I said you got to always assume the sale. You believe what they're saying, that they're not going to list. So then you don't even ask for the signature. If you don't ask, the answer will always be no. And remember, 80% of the yeses happen after asking 5 times. So asking once is not enough. If you ask once and they don't sign, they give you an objection, you got to handle that objection and ask again. Now, I will say this: when you do your job correctly, you follow what I have given you here, and you do an amazing presentation, they're likely to sign the first time you ask. It's not complicated. When you do a great job, they're ready to go. But if you happen to get an objection, you need to handle it and ask for the signature again. And I want to close with this quote for you. Luck happens when preparation meets opportunity. When you walk through that door, you have an opportunity. They're a yes. And for you to get lucky on this appointment and actually get the listing, the more prepared you are, the better your chances of taking this listing. I trust that this was helpful for you. Make sure you like the video. Put your comments and questions below. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that yet. And I will see you on the next video. Now, in this video, I'm going to take you through how to make a great listing presentation. I'm actually going to take you through my script word for word. And I'm also going to explain to you the logic and the reasoning behind the script, because the more you understand what you are doing and why you are doing, which is the logic and reasoning, the more powerfully you'll be able to do it, whatever it is. Now, before we start, make sure that you download my free script book. The link to download it is in the description of this video. You'll have not only the listing presentation script there that I'm going to take you through, you're going to have all of my scripts. So let's get started. The listing presentation has 4 parts. Part 1 is you show up, introduce yourself, and you confirm their motivation. Part 2 is the marketing plan, your marketing plan, in essence, what you're going to do to sell the house. And part 3 is price, having a conversation about price. And then the last one is just ask them to sign the contract. It really is very simple. So like I said, I'm going to take you through the script word for word. I have my iPad here, I have the script in front of me, so I can read it to you and then explain it to you. Part 1, the introduction and confirming their motivation. Now, remember, you ask them questions about their motivation when you are pre-qualifying this appointment. That's why you're confirming it, because you already know. You ask the pre-qualifying questions, and motivation is where, when, and why. Where they're moving to, what's the time frame, and what's the reason for the move. Great. So part 1, you show up. Say their name. Mr. Smith, I am really excited to work with you in the sale of your home. And before we start, I want to assure you that my goal in selling your home is to sell it for the most money possible in the least amount of time and with the least amount of hassle. That is what you want, isn't it? Now, notice some exemplifying to you body language, tonality, the emphasis with which I deliver the script. All of this makes a huge difference. The script is great. Having the words, the delivery is even more important. Then confirm their motivation. And I would do this as they are walking you through the house, because you're going to get there and they're going to show you around the property, which I believe is the best thing to do. There are people out there that say, no, tell them to wait at the kitchen table and you go look at the house without them. I never did that. It's not a comfortable feeling, and I always believed that while they're showing you the house is a great opportunity to rebuild that rapport you had over the phone and actually confirm the motivation. So when you have a moment as you're looking through the property, Mr. Seller, you mentioned to me over the phone that you're going to be moving to Dallas and your goal is to be there by the end of April, right? And you did mention that you're moving there to be closer to family, which is obviously a great thing to do. And is there anything else, Mr. Seller, about the move that is important to you that I should know about? And you wait for the answer. That's part 1. Very simple. Part 2 is your marketing plan. And like I said, you downloaded the script book, my script book already, so you have the script in front of you. If you see me looking down, I'm looking on my iPad because I want to make sure I cover this with you word for word. So now your marketing plan. What are you going to do to sell the house? Mr. Seller, are you familiar with the difference between passive and active marketing in regards to real estate? Doesn't matter what they say. Yes, no, maybe. Okay, great. If they say, oh yeah, I think it's this or that, you acknowledge it. And if they say, well, no, really, what do you mean? Mr. Seller, a passive approach is what 99% of agents do. They put your home in the multiple listing service. They put it on hundreds of websites out there. They may do open houses. You know, you could even add some things. I mean, on the script, you just mentioned those two. And then they basically hope and pray that somehow the house will sell. Now, the trouble with these methods, Mr. Seller, is that the agent, once these these marketing tools are in place, agent basically like sits around and wait for a buyer to call them. This passive approach is the main reason why the average agent sells a handful of homes a year, while I have a goal, Mr. Seller, to sell 25 homes this year. You tell them your goal, whatever your goal is. Now, obviously, Mr. Seller, some of these passive tools are very powerful, such as the multiple listing service and even obviously online exposure. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a moment. So in addition to these passive marketing tools, I am also an active and aggressive agent. My job, this is actually not on the script, so it's a little bonus. You could write it down. My job, Mr. Seller, when you hire me, is to go find the buyer for your property. And I imagine that's what you would expect an agent to do for you, isn't it? Great. Now, let me show you, Mr. Seller, or let me share with you exactly how I'm going to do that. The first thing I do is I personally contact the top agents in our market to personally share with them information on your property. Time out. Now, the importance of this is that you need to convey to the seller. It doesn't matter how you contact the agents, okay? It could be a text message, it could be an email, you could call them if you want, which is way more time consuming. If there's some agents that you know personally, you might want to make a phone call, but you want to text or email the information on the property so that these top agents are aware of how great your home is and they could bring in their buyers. Now, this is important, Mr. Seller. Again, what I'm saying now is not on the script, so you want to understand the logic. This is really important, Mr. Seller, because currently in our multiple listing service, there are thousands of homes for sale. So unless I personally contact these top agents, it would be very easy for your home to get lost in the shuffle while we have so many properties for sale. So that will be done. The next thing I do, Mr. Seller, is in regards to online exposure. I'm sure you are aware that most buyers start their search online, and from there, they contact a local agent. In fact, 87%, this is the latest stat I know from NAR, Profile Buyers and Sellers, 87% of the properties sold last year in our country, in the United States, they were sold by agents. There were agents handling those transactions. So even though most buyers start the search online, they eventually contact a local agent to help them with the property. And in the midst of thousands of properties for sale online, it is my job to make sure that every detail of how your property appears online is absolutely perfect. From the photos, and obviously professional photos, and the description and every detail of your property stands out amongst all of the other homes that are for sale. So the buyers and the agents that are seeing your property will want to come and see it, and the agents will want to bring their buyers. Now, the next part of what I do, Mr. Seller, which quite honestly, for me is the most exciting one. What really separates me from other agents is the fact that Monday through Friday, from 8 a.m. till 12 p.m., I am on the phone prospecting, which means I am looking for people who want to buy or sell their home. In fact, that is how I found you. I called you and you are obviously interested in selling, and here we are. This is what I do every day, Monday through Friday, again, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. And I actually, Mr. Seller, speak with 40 to 50 people a day about buying and selling real estate. Time out. It says on the script, but it's not part of the script. When you download the script book, you'll see it says there, you can and you should expand on this point by telling the seller, who do you call? What do you say? And just, I used to, when I used to go on listing presentations and I would tell them this, I would actually like recite the script to them when I'm making calls around their listing. When you're making circle prospecting calls, you'll have that script in my script book as well. I would actually tell them the script. And every FSBO and expired I talk to, everyone I talk to, my past clients, sphere of influence, whoever you're calling, at the end of the script, even if it's an expired or a FSBO, you always ask, thank you for your time. Before I let you go, can you think of anyone that is looking to buy or sell real estate in our area right now that I can help? You are asking everyone you talk to, do you want to buy or sell? Do you know anybody that I can help? And this is a very, very powerful part of your listing presentation. And think about it, that it really is what separates you from all the other agents that are just sitting around and waiting. When I used to share this with sellers on the listing appointment, they would look at me like puzzled and confused, like, what? You know, they're talking to all these other agents. They never heard that. And they would look at me and say, do you really do that? Wow. They would be really impressed. And then you can go on to say, and Mr. Seller, as I mentioned to you earlier, you and I both know there is a buyer for your house out there. My job is to go find them. And as a matter of fact, you're welcome to, if you work out of an office, I always worked from home, so I didn't do this part, but if I worked out of an office, I would definitely do that. And Mr. Seller, you're welcome to stop by my office Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. till 12 p.m. and watch how I work and how I do this, because I am gonna find the buyer for your property, and I know that's what you would expect me to do. Now, let me see. That's it for the marketing plan. You could expand on it. There's more you can say about it, but that's part 2. Now, part 3 is the price. This is a very critical part of your listing presentation, obviously, because your job is to take listings. Your responsibility to the homeowner is to get it sold. And properties that are overpriced don't sell. And it doesn't matter how much marketing you do, how much time you spend, how much money you spend. If it's overpriced, it's not going to sell. So you have to master this pricing conversation. By the way, I'm going to take you through the basic script, but in my script book that you will download after this video is finished, you'll be able to find some pricing script as well and price reduction script. So you start the pricing part of the presentation with, Mr. Seller, as a professional real estate agent or a real estate expert, I study the real estate market every day. My goal is to share some information with you so that you can clearly understand what is going on in our market today. And then together we can agree on a price that will get your home sold so you can get to Dallas by the end of April. That sounds great, doesn't it? Now, the script says, so together, I'm going to share market information with you. So together we can agree on a price. Your job at the listing appointment is not to tell them the price, is to help them understand the price. You come to a conclusion about what the price should be based on the market analysis, supply and demand, what's going on in the market in general. So don't tell them. Educate them, help them understand, because now when they come to the same conclusion that you came to, there's no arguing about the price. There's no like, well, yeah, but I want a higher price. I mean, there could be, obviously, but the goal is that when they understand it, now they own it. It's not like they have a different opinion than you. They may still want to overprice the property and try a higher price to see how it goes, but they will make that decision knowing full well that it's not going to happen, okay, unless the prices start to go up all of a sudden. So anyway, by the way, when they say I want to start high and we can lower later, there are scripts for that too. So that was just an example I gave you. So then you go on with the script. You say, Mr. Seller, let's think like a buyer for a moment. Let's say you want to buy a new computer. You go to one store and you find the exact computer that you're looking for, and it's $1,000. Like most consumers, Mr. Seller, you're not just gonna buy it from the first store that you go to. Naturally, you're gonna do some comparison shopping. You're gonna go check out other stores or online or whatever to see if you can find a better price. So you actually find somewhere else the same exact computer, except this one has a much faster processor and it's the same price as the first one. It's $1,000. So in that case, which one would you buy? And they will say, well, I buy the one with the faster processor. It's the same price, so why not? Exactly. Now, let them answer these questions, right? I'm playing both parts here. So when you ask a question, shut up and let them answer, okay? So then you say, exactly. And of course you would buy the second one because in this case, it's a better value because you're getting more for the same price. Now, Mr. Seller, think about this. Even if you don't necessarily need a faster processor, you would still buy the second one because why not? It doesn't cost you any more money. Now, what if, Mr. Seller, the second store priced their computer with the faster processor at $1,500? So now we're talking $500 more for something that you don't really need. Which one would you buy then? Well, I think I would just buy the first one. Exactly. See, Mr. Seller, that is because if they charge more for the extras, the value is no longer there. If you're getting more for the same price, that increases the value. But if you're charging for the extra, now the value is no longer there. That makes sense, doesn't it? Great. See, Mr. Seller, home buyers think exactly the same way you just did. They have a lot of choices in today's market, and actually the average buyer looks at 10 homes before choosing which one to buy. So your house is competing against 9 other homes at any given time. And buyers look at home after home after home. And they actually choose the one that offers the most features and updates for the least amount of money. Now see, Mr. Sellers, buyers just like you, they look for more for the same price or a lower price. When you think about it, it's all about price, isn't it? Now you're gonna take out the market analysis. Obviously, you give them a chance to respond. If they have questions, you answer. So, Mr. Seller, in order for us to determine what is the highest price that we can sell your property for in today's market, I have carefully prepared a comparative market analysis. Let's take a look at some of the homes that are currently for sale and a few homes that have recently sold, so we can decide what we should price your home at to make sure that your house is the next sale in this area, okay? Now, in red on your script, you're gonna see this. Now, you're gonna walk them through. You're gonna show them, you have the market analysis in front of you, whether you bring it on an iPad or a piece of paper. You're gonna go through each comparable in detail. You're not just gonna go, a big mess. No, this is the first property that's for sale. Here's the next one. I recommend 4 active listings and 4 recent sales, because if you put way too much information, it becomes confusing for them. Sometimes less is more. So 4 and 4 is what I've always used. Go over each one of the comparables. Ask them questions. Tell them the address. Are you familiar with this home? As you could see, it's 3 bedrooms, 2 bath. Asking, engaging them, not just lecturing them, okay? Engaging. Speak confidently. You're the expert. Help them understand. Get them involved, okay? And then once you go through all of the actives and all of the closed sales, ask them this question. So now, Mr. Seller, based on all of this information, what price do you think we should put on your property so we can make sure that buyers choose your home versus all the others? Ask the question and wait for an answer. If they say, sometimes they do, they might tell you a price. Once in a while, they may say, well, you're the expert, you tell me. So that's on your script too, okay? If they say that, you say, absolutely, Mr. Seller. And as I mentioned to you in the beginning of our meeting, my goal is to help you understand what's happening in our market today so you can feel comfortable with the price that will get you to Dallas by the end of April. So based on everything that we've looked at, what price do you have in mind? I'm still not telling them. If they insist again for me to tell them, I'm going to take them through the market analysis. Say, oh, well, what do you think? Mr. Seller, let's take a look at this together. Now I'm going to just look at the recent sales. I'm going to go over it again. So you see this home is just like yours, same square footage, blah, 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 and bedrooms and bath and condition, and compare. Now, this is not part of the script, but I want to mention it to you because it's really important. The recent sales is critical information because that's what it's the same information that appraisers use when appraising the property. So homeowners, they may want a higher price, but they can't ignore the recent sales, because once you find a buyer for the property and they accept an offer, the house has to appraise. And even if it's a cash buyer and it doesn't require an appraisal, unless your market is just like really low inventory and prices are going up like crazy, well, then it's a little bit of a different story, because prices are going up. The next home is going to sell higher than the one before, but there's still challenges. The property has to appraise, and cash buyers don't go around overpaying for homes, not usually. That's an exception. That could happen, but you can't like make decisions based and help a seller understand based on exceptions. So the appraisal is critical, and you can help them understand it as well, even though that's not part of the presentation. But if they give you resistance with the price, that's something very important for you to mention to them so they understand. And then once you agree on a price, you and the seller agree on a price, you already have your listing agreement completely filled out. It should have been sitting on the table from the beginning of your presentation with a pen on top of it, and the only thing that's not filled out is the price. So once you agree on a price with the seller, you pick up the pen, you write the price. Great, Mr. Seller, so let's go ahead and price your home at $599. And then you turn the agreement to them and then point to the signature line and just say, I just need your signature right here so we can go ahead and get this property sold. That's it. That's part 4, is asking them to sign. Don't skip part 4, because if you don't ask, chances are they're going to give you an objection and you just be in a loop of objections until you're out the door without a signed listing agreement. So make sure that you follow the script. It's short, to the point, and it's gonna get you signed listing agreements, which is obviously the goal. Thanks for watching this video. Again, I mentioned it a couple of times. Make sure you download my free script book. The link is in the description of this video, and I will see you on the next one. I'm gonna tell you exactly what to do to take every listing on every listing appointment that you go on. Now, taking listings is a 2-step process. First, you have to set a listing appointment, and then you got to go out and have them sign the listing agreement with you. And I know from almost 16 going into 17 years of coaching tens of thousands of real estate agents, many times you don't even consciously or unconsciously don't even want to set an appointment or get an appointment because you're not confident that you can handle the listing appointment. You don't know what to do. If you get the appointment, now what? So I'm going to take care of that for you on this video. Stay tuned. I wrote this down. Obviously, sellers have a lot of options of real estate agents that they could list a property with. There are a dime a dozen out there. So why should they choose to list with you? Write that down. And I wrote down 6 reasons why they should list with you. Number 1, you're well prepared. Physically and mentally. I'm going to go into detail on all of these points soon. I have a lot of notes here that I prepared for you. And then write this down. In being well prepared, one of my favorite quotes, luck happens when preparation meets opportunity. We're taking care of that for you here today. Number 2, they will list with you because you are confident. When you're confident, they feel confident that you can sell the house, and that's a requirement for them to choose to list with you. Number 3, you make them feel important, like you actually care about selling their house, getting the job done, helping them achieve their goal. Number 4, they will choose to list with you because of your work ethic. You're not like every other agent out there who takes a listing and sits around for 6 months hoping and praying that it will sell. Number 5, you sound like an expert. I actually wanted to say you are an expert. Now, some of you watching may be brand new to real estate and you don't feel like an expert. Well, you need to sound like you know what you're talking about. You're knowledgeable about real estate. This is your career. This is your job. They're not going to list with someone that they don't feel know what they're doing and doesn't know what's going on in the real estate market. Number 6, what you say to them makes sense. It makes sense to you because if you don't believe in what you're saying, they're not going to believe it either. And it makes sense to them and they believe that you can get the house sold. These are the reasons why they're going to choose you. So now I wrote down 10 points to bring all of this together for you so you can be well prepared and get lucky on your listing presentations and get those contracts signed. Number 1, I wrote down, never set an appointment for tomorrow that you can go on today. Now, this is critical. You want to take listings, right? The more time that goes by between you setting the appointment and going on the appointment, the less chance you have of taking this listing. When you set an appointment, you have some momentum going on with the seller. You want to ride that momentum. You want to get to that appointment as soon as possible. So if you're brand new and you feel like you need time to get the CMA ready and you need the paperwork ready, well, you need to have urgency, because the quicker you get there, the better chance you have. Here's point number 2. Always pre-qualify your appointments. Pre-qualifying is critical because it's gonna allow you to gather information. That is the purpose of pre-qualifying, is finding out before you get there what their questions are, what their objections are they interviewing other agents, what are they looking for in the agent they'll list with. So when you have that information, now you could show up and be prepared to handle it, to address all of it. If you don't pre-qualify your appointments, your chances of taking the listing go down dramatically. You're gonna be blindsided by questions and objections, and you will not be as well prepared as you could be to handle it. Number 3, create a pre-listing package, an electronic version that you can email to the seller prior to the appointment. Now, this doesn't have to take a lot of time at all. You have it ready. It's not specific to the seller. You can or may not include the market analysis. You don't have to. If you do choose to include the market analysis, do not put any recommended price. If you send out the listing agreement, make sure the price is not on that listing agreement. If you're meeting with someone you don't know, a firstborn expired or somebody you don't know, I would not recommend that you send out the pre-listing package, because they have no idea what you're gonna do to sell the house. They don't know what value you bring to the transaction. If they see your commission, they may cancel the appointment without even giving you the opportunity to show up. So again, if it's somebody you don't know, leave the market analysis and the listing agreement out of that package. Send out some information about you and your company, brief information, what you do differently, what you're going to do to market the property, a brief overview of that, some testimonials. That's the kind of stuff you send out. Number 4. Mindset is everything. So mindset is what's going on in your head. And I wrote down, when it comes to mindset, for you to take listings, you need to assume before you show up that you are going to take that listing. So if think about this, if you go on a listing appointment and you're doubting that the seller is going to list with you, your chances of actually taking the listing go down dramatically just because of your belief. You're not even expecting to take the listing. So you got to work on this. On your drive to the appointment, listen to something that motivates you, that inspires you. Listen to role plays of listing presentations, what you're actually supposed to be doing there. That's what you do, instead of sitting around while you're driving there and worrying about what you're going to do and what you're going to say. Preparation and mental preparation is critical. Number 5, you only have one chance of making a great first impression. This is a huge part. Remember, I told you about being prepared physically and mentally. You want to look professional. The way you're dressed, your makeup if you're a woman, your hair, your shoes, your nails, men and women, right? You want to make sure you look clean and presentable. You want to make sure that all of the paperwork that they will need to sign is completely filled out ahead of time. The only thing I tell my clients to leave blank is the price on the listing agreement, because you're going to fill that out once you go over the market analysis and the price with the seller. Everything else is ready for them to sign. Your car looks clean. If they're looking out the window and you're parking your car in front of their house, they're not wondering like, oh my, it doesn't have to be a new car, but it needs to be presentable, clean, inside and out. First impressions. When you knock on the door, physically, what do you look like? Are your shoulders back? Do you have a firm handshake? Do you have a smile on your face? Would you, by first impression only, list with yourself? Great question. Number 6, this is about the paperwork, right? I already said everything is filled out ahead of time. And when you get to the house, after you look around, after you look at the property, you want to take the listing agreement. And this is a subliminal clause. You want to take that listing agreement and put it on top of the counter right in front of them with the pen sitting on top of it. So you don't say anything, you don't need to explain anything, you just put the listing agreement there with the pen. They're looking at it, they know what it is. This is implying that they're going to be signing that very soon in order to list with you. Number 7, have high energy, enthusiasm. Be passionate about being there and being able to help them. If you have no energy, if you walk in and you're falling asleep and you're speaking very passive and wishy-washy, motivated sellers are looking for an aggressive agent. And when you're passionate about what you're doing, there's some aggressiveness that it's implied in that. And when you're excited, they'll be excited about working with you, and people make decisions when they're excited about the future. Another reason why you need to have high energy and you need to be enthusiastic and passionate, it makes up for a lack of skill. So if you're feeling like, oh, I'm a little nervous about this and I don't know what I'm going to do when I get there, high energy and enthusiasm will help you take a lot of listings while you're working on your skills, so you eventually master your skills. Point number 8, use a script that makes sense. Now, this is your listing presentation script. There are a lot of options of scripts out there. What you're currently using or what you're being told to use, does it make sense to you? When you put yourself in the situation of a homeowner that wants to sell their home, if an agent showed up for a presentation and they said to you what you're being told to say, would it make sense to you? And would you want to list with them? Obviously, I'm very biased. I leave my presentation. I don't believe I know. It's the best one out there. It makes total sense in the way that it's the order of everything, the way it's worded. I spend a lot of time and use years of taking 150 listings a year. I took all of that experience in creating the script. Now, I know a lot of agents say, well, I don't like using a script. Well, I mean, what is your option if you don't want to use a script? You're just going to sort of make things up like on your own? That's not a good option. You need to use a script that makes sense to you and that works for you to get the result that you want. And I want to add, it's not the script or using a script that you don't like. If you're one of those like, oh, I don't like using a script. No, what you don't like is to sound scripted. Nobody does, because that's not very exciting, and people can tell when you sound scripted. Now, in the beginning, you have no choice. You're gonna sound scripted for a little while. You're gonna practice every single day. You're going to read the script out loud as fast as you can over and over and over. You're going to write and rewrite the script. You're going to role play. You're going to video yourself making a listing presentation. You're going to watch it. You're going to critique yourself and recognize what you need to improve on. And all of that, if you do this every single day, the practice, in no time, you're not going to sound scripted anymore, because you're going to you're going to memorize and internalize the script. And pretty soon it's going to sound like you. This is how we learn everything. It requires practice. Now, I don't recommend that you just spend time practicing before you go on appointments. You need to start setting appointments and getting out there and doing your very best. And even if you don't know what you're doing and it's not that great, some people are going to list with you, and you're still practicing every day so you can get better and better and better. Every time you go out, you're doing a better job. And once you start to sound conversational, your results are also going to improve dramatically. Point number 9. Sellers want to know what you do differently. I said in the beginning of this video, homeowners have a lot of options of real estate agents to list their house with. Why you? Not why you. Everything else that I already told you is why they're going to choose you. But also, what's the difference between you and everyone else? What do you do? What are you going to do for me that is differently? You do a lot of things differently, but a very important one, and you want to make sure this is part of the listing presentation script you're using. You are an active and aggressive agent. You're not going to sit around like every other agent and wait for the house to sell. Mr. Seller, you and I both know there is a buyer for your house out there, and my job is to go find them. I talk to 40 to 50 people a day, Monday through Friday, about buying and selling real estate. And I'm going to get the job done for you. We're going to get your home sold in the least amount of time for the most money with the least amount of hassle. Let's go ahead and get the paperwork signed so I can go to work for you. You are an active and aggressive agent. The prospecting you do not only benefits you as the agent, because you're looking for people that want to sell, and you're setting appointments and you're finding business, but it's also going to benefit the sellers that you're working with. I have a lot of scripts in the listing presentation that go along with this particular point, and it's critical. And then the last thing you have to do to take the listing is you have to ask for them to sign the listing agreement. Now, it's such an obvious point, right? But the truth is that agents many times don't feel comfortable asking for the signature. Is it possible that they may say, where's the paperwork? Where do I sign? Yeah, but that's going to be like 1 in 1,000. You have to become comfortable asking them to sign the agreement. Practice in front of a mirror so you can look at yourself. Practice actually I told you that before you start the presentation, you put the listing agreement with the pen in front of them, right? So once you agree on the price, you could just take the pen that's on top of the listing agreement. You write the price. Okay, great, Mr. Seller, we're going to price it at $4.99. I just need this signature right here. And you point to the signature line, hand them the pen with a smile on your face, and you're nodding yes. What you're saying and your body language is congruent. And you must become comfortable with this process. And if they don't sign, they're going to give you an objection, which you have to handle that objection, and then you ask for them for the signature again. There are a lot of videos on my channel on handling listing presentation objections. So look for those, watch them so you can be better prepared and know what to say if they don't sign the first time you ask. And remember, 80% of the closes happen after asking 5 times. So you don't just ask once and that's it. You have to keep going, and this is not going to come across pushy at all. Go look for the videos on the handling the objections at the listing appointment. I trust all of this information is going to help you improve your listing presentation and be well prepared to walk away with a signed listing agreement every time. Thanks for watching. I will see you soon. Listing presentation mastery. I'm seriously really excited about all the stuff that I'm going to share with you today. You're going to see me looking at the side. That's my iPad with notes, lots of notes. I have 5 pages of notes because I don't want to forget anything that I intend to share with you. And this is going to be good because it'll be applicable to one of the things that I'm going to talk to you about today. When you think about listing presentation mastery, what does that look like? Here's what I think about, and everything that I'm going to share with you today has the goal to get you to have a 90% or higher closing ratio on all of your listing appointments. How does that sound? Everybody interested in a 90% or higher closing ratio on your listing appointments? Yeah. The first thing I want to say is you should have a pen and paper next to you because I'm going to give you 15, 10 and 5 more, 15 points today so you can master your listing presentation. And I know that as I go through these points, you're not going to be able to write everything down right now. You're going to write down as much as you can right now. And then when this webinar is finished, you're going to go on YouTube and you're going to search Jackie Kravitz and you're going to subscribe to my YouTube channel because this webinar will be on YouTube before the end of the week. So whatever you miss here that you weren't able to write it down, you'll be able to get on YouTube and watch it again. Yay. Okay, perfect. So do that. I want to start by having you write down this quote. Luck happens when preparation meets opportunity. You may look at some people and say, wow, they're so lucky. Look, they got this going on and that positive thing, and I want what they have. Luck happens when preparation meets opportunity. And every listing appointment that you get to go on is an opportunity. I'm going to use an average commission of $10,000. I don't know what each of your individual average commission is. Let's use $10,000 for the sake of this conversation. Every listing presentation is an opportunity for you to earn $10,000 if you're prepared. And these 15 points that I'm going to give you here today I put them together for that purpose, for you to show up prepared. I want you to imagine this. Close your eyes for a minute and imagine. You know the quote that says what the mind can conceive and believe it can achieve? I want you to imagine going on a listing appointment every day, Monday through Friday. 1, you've mastered your listing presentation and you have a 90% closing ratio on your listing appointments or higher. And you take 4 listings a week. In this market, a listing taken is a listing sold. We're talking about $40,000 a week. A week. Actually, with a 90% closing ratio, it's on a month, in 1 month, you're going to end up with, if you go on 5 listing appointments a week, 1 a day, Monday through Friday, that's 20 per month. 90% closing ratio, it's 18 listings taken. Listing taken is a listing sold. $180,000 a month at an average commission of $10,000. That is the opportunity that you'll be able to capitalize on by being prepared. Is that clear? That's what is at stake here. That's what all of this preparation will get you. The first point I want you to write down, and this is really interesting because it's exactly what I'm asking you to do. what I have here, the notes that I have on this iPad, the 15 points that I have, it's not word for word what I want to say to you. It's an outline. I have the 15 points, a couple of little things I wrote down underneath each one. And it's not because I need to read it and I don't know what I'm talking about. I just don't want to forget because I know every single one of them is really important. And the number one point that I want to give you on mastering your listing presentation is use an effective script. Now, I wish I could give you a better word for script because most real estate agents don't like scripts. Oh no, I don't like script. I'm not going to use a script. Here's the reality. Everybody uses scripts all the time. If you've ever gone on a listing presentation, and some of you have been in business for a long time and you've been on a lot of listing presentations, if you're not using an effective script, that doesn't mean you're not using a script. You are. If you really check, you will agree with me that you usually say the same thing. It just may not be the most effective things to say. And you're not prepared. When I mean effective, is a script that has a sequence of thoughts and ideas that you want to share with this client, with this seller, that makes sense. It's in an order that makes sense, and it's leading to the end result of actually getting the listing agreement signed. An effective script. You have to. Because the other option is you're making things up as you go. And every business out there use scripts. When you sit down at a restaurant to eat, the waitress or the waiter will come to you, and one of the first things they'll ask you is, would you like something to drink? That's a script. Everywhere you go, people are using scripts. So you got to get over this idea that I don't like scripts. And here's why. Here's what you really don't like. To sound scripted. Can you go like that and agree with me? That's what's horrible, right? To feel like you're reading something, to sound like you're reading from a script. That's awful. But you can change that by practicing and preparing. And just like me, I have the outline here. You should bring your outline with you to your listing appointments. Even when you have your presentation mastered, you should still have an outline so you don't forget any important points. An outline is not word for word. You're not going to sit and read it, but it's just to keep you on track so you don't forget all the important things that you're doing. When you walk into a doctor's office for a visit, the nurse or whoever sees you before the doctor, they take your blood pressure, your pulse, whatever they do, your temperature. Have you noticed that they have a sheet of paper and they have a checklist and they ask you a couple of questions? It's like a checklist. That's what I'm asking you to do. Use an effective script and have the outline right in front of you so you don't forget the important things you need to cover. And remember, what you don't like is sounding scripted, and you can change that. And you want to change that as quickly as possible, because the more scripted you sound, the worse your results will be. And the more conversational you sound, the better your results will be. So really, the trick here is to use an effective script and sound conversational as you're using it. Does that make sense? How do you do that? By practicing. That's how you do it. I actually, the more conversational you sound, the better your results will be. Mastering the listing presentation script can make you millions. I had a webinar or something I did that FSBO Mastery can make you millions. Well, listing presentation mastery can make you millions. as I was preparing the notes for this, I thought about actors and actresses, great actors and actresses, get paid tens of millions of dollars for one movie. You're aware of that, right? Yeah. Do you think that they just make up the script? They're there, in front of the producer, the director, and they just like make stuff up. They don't even know what this is about. Or do you think they spend endless hours internalizing and owning the script and then figuring out how they're going to embody this character so that everyone who watches the movie believes that they are the character? That's why they get paid tens of millions of dollars for one movie. You realize that, right? Do you? That's what they do. So then I thought, I've heard different figures about what's the highest paid actor or actress for one movie, like the most amount of money that any actor or actress has ever made for any movie. And after some research, I actually came up with, I didn't even see this movie. I've heard of it, but I didn't see it. It's The Sixth Sense, Bruce Willis. Has anybody seen that movie, The Sixth Sense, with Bruce Willis? For one movie, he got paid $115 million to internalize, own a script, and embody a character. You can make millions of dollars by doing the same. Does that make sense? Why are real estate agents so much against using a script? What's up with that? Yeah, let's master the scripts and make a fortune. One of the things that, in addition to having an outline of your listing presentation script and bringing it with you, I'm going to recommend this, and I want you to write it down so you don't forget you want to do this. There are different ways for you to practice, but one thing you want to do is you want to make a video of you doing a listing presentation. Sit down with an agent in your office, a friend, a relative, and do an actual listing presentation. Videotape it and watch it. So you can watch what is it that you sound like, what you look like. And as you're watching it, because you're going to learn so much, you're going to become aware of certain things that you got to change and improve. I want you to ask yourself this question. It's going to help you improve. Can you write this question down, please? When you watch yourself doing a listing presentation, would you list with yourself? Would you hire yourself to sell your own home? Interesting question. Here's point number 2 to master your listing presentation. Never schedule a listing appointment for tomorrow that you can go on today. This is a critically important point. And here's why. And some of these points I'm going to spend a little more time on than others because there's 15 of them and I want to go through all of it here with you. This is critically important because when you set an appointment, you got somebody on the phone and they agree to meet with you. The fact that they agree to meet with you, it means that you got to have some level of rapport. They have to be somewhat interested in what you have to say. And there's a momentum going on here. And you want to get to that appointment as quickly as possible so you ride the momentum. You keep that momentum going. You don't want to have 24 hours or 2 or 3 days or a week go by before you meet them, because especially if it's someone you don't know. If it is a past client, a friend, a relative, okay, well, you already know them, they like you, they're probably going to list with you, but people you don't know, you want to ride the momentum that you created when you set that appointment. Does that make sense? And also, if it is a FSBOR and expired, and you're setting appointments for tomorrow or the next day so you can prepare and you have time to do the CMA and you got to figure out the neighborhood. You need time for you to prepare. You hang up on that call with an appointment for tomorrow, and guess what's happening? Right after you hang up, they're getting calls from other agents and other agents. The fact that they set an appointment with you means to me they have an interest in selling. And you're not going to get there till tomorrow. Somebody else is going to call that seller, set an appointment, and go before you and take that listing, and your appointment will be canceled. So urgency to get there as quickly as possible. Here's point number 3. Always, 100% of the time, pre-qualify all of your listing appointments, 100% of them on the same call. You don't call back later to pre-qualify your appointments. It's set an appointment right now. You transition right into the pre-qualifying. Remember, with pre-qualifying as well as everything else, the more conversational you sound, the better your results will be. I've had many clients in the past many years say, well, I don't like pre-qualifying. Sometimes sellers say, why are you asking me all these questions? Like it sounds like I'm an interrogation. It's not the script that sounds like an interrogation. It's the way that you're reading it. When you're reading a script, you're going to sound scripted. You don't sound like you care, you're concerned, you're not interested, you're not repeating and approving. Yeah, nobody likes that kind of conversation. So that's where your practice comes in. So transition right into the pre-qual. What is the purpose of pre-qualifying? So write this down. To gather information. Not to handle objections, learn, gather information. So you are not blindsided by questions and objections at the listing appointment. How many of you just love to be blindsided? Like, I have no idea where that came from. Totally out of left field. I mean, where did that objection? I had no idea they were thinking of interviewing another agent. Oh, I had no idea someone had offered a lower commission, or they had a friend in real estate, or I had no idea. Why? Because you didn't pre-qualify it, and you didn't do it well, because had you done it, you would know. I don't like being blindsided. I don't think any of you do either. Pre-qualifying is going to take care of that, and you're going to learn about their motivation and financial situation. So write that down. There are not sales X training scripts, okay? But there are other scripts out there where before you even set an appointment, you're asking motivation questions. Well, where are you moving to? How soon do you want to move? And why are you moving? Completely irrelevant. And they have no interest in telling you about what they're doing, especially strangers, at all. They're not interested in answering those questions. Those are questions you need answers to when you're pre-qualifying, and you don't pre-qualify an appointment you don't have. First, you focus on setting the appointment. Then you start pre-qualifying, and that's where motivation, financial situation come in. Does that make sense? All of the questions on the pre-qualifying script are critically important. And there's one question. I don't like saying this is the most important question, because they're all really important questions, right? And if I say this is the most important one, you say, well, then I don't have to ask the other ones. No, you got to ask everyone. But I am going to tell you which question I believe. If you said to me, you could only ask one, which one would you choose? And my choice would be, and it's the last question on the Sales X Training pre-qualifying script. When I see you after our meeting, if you are absolutely confident that hiring me is the best decision you can make, will you be ready to go ahead and list a property with me when I come out today at 5 o'clock? To me, that's the most important question. If I could only ask one, that would be the one. Because, I mean, yeah, I want to know the motivation. I want to know how much they owe, how much they want to list for. Are all the decision makers there? Those are all important questions. Are they interviewing other? So see, this question will bring out, if they're interviewing other agents, you could actually, as a result of this question, that might come up. So when I say, after our meeting today, if you are confident that listing with me is the best decision you can make, will you be ready to go ahead and do it? You know, I said it in two different ways, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not scripted, it's conversational. So now, why is this question so important? Because if they say, and most people that don't know you will say, well, you know, I don't know, I guess we'll do, it depends on, you know, what you say. I guess we'll figure it out when you get here. They'll give you some sort of vague answer. Have you ever gotten a vague answer from a seller and you have like, okay, what do I do with this? Like, I have no idea what's going on. So when you get a vague response, what do? Okay. You repeat and approve, because it's like an objection. You repeat and approve, and then you ask additional questions, clarifying questions, so you can understand what's going on. You know, so you could say something like this. And Donna, I hear what you're saying. Obviously, I just called you today a couple of minutes ago. I appreciate the opportunity of meeting with you, but bottom line is, you don't know who I am, you don't know what I do, and you don't know how I would be able to benefit you in the sale of your home. I understand that. So I'm really not expecting you to tell me over the phone that, yeah, sure, come, I'll list with you. I mean, that wouldn't even be reasonable right now. What I'm thinking, Donna, though, is obviously when you think about the agent that you will hire to sell this property for you. And let me ask you, Donna, are you thinking of talking to other agents? Have you met with other agents? Do you have other agents that you will be meeting with? So that gives you an opportunity to ask that question. Here's another question that can be a result of this one, but it's a standalone and very important question. In this process of selling your home and speaking with different agents, Donna, tell me, what specifically are you looking for in the agent that you will hire? Wow, I love this question so much. Please write it down. What specifically are you looking for in the agent that you will hire? They will tell you exactly what you need to do to take this listing. That's how important this question is. Do you all get what I'm saying? They'll tell you, wow, I'm looking for an agent who can get me this price, or I'm looking for lower commission. You know, they'll tell you, they'll lay it out. So now, for the sake of the example here, you ask what specifically you're looking for, and they tell you A, B, and C. Now you're gonna ask that same question if at the end of our meeting, but now you're gonna fill in the blanks with the ABC, whatever it is they told you. So let me just ask you this then. After our meeting today, if I can show you how I can deliver, achieve for you the A, B, and C that you are looking for, in that case, will you be ready to list the home with me today? Do you see what I just did? They said, no, I'm not sure. We'll see when we get here. Then I asked that question, and I take their answer and I insert it back into that question, and I ask it again. It's almost impossible for them to say no. What does this do for you on the pre-qualifying? We're talking about mastery. You now are in control of that appointment. They have just told you exactly what they're looking for. Deliver it to them, and the listing is yours. Everybody get what I'm saying here? Yeah. Point number 4. Oh, by the way, see, I'm glad I have my outline here. Otherwise, I would forget. Never discuss price over the phone. Because when you're pre-qualifying and you ask how much do you want to list the home for, you may ask some additional questions. What would happen if your house doesn't sell? What price will you go below? Whatever may come out of that question. Don't start discussing price. Well, what do you think you could sell it for? It's not a conversation that you have over the phone. Point number 4. If you use a pre-listing package, I never did. Okay? I just didn't. I never did. My appointments, 80% of the appointments that I went on, listing appointments, I scheduled them in the morning and I was in their house later that day. So I never bothered with a pre-listing package. I'm not opposed to it. It can be a great thing for you to do. Make sure you have an electronic version of your pre-listing package. And do not include a market analysis or price in your pre-listing package. I would never do that, especially with people you don't know. Okay? It's a complete no-no. People you don't know, they're hearing from a lot of agents. We know everybody wants more money for their house than their house is worth. All of a sudden, they get a pre-listing package from you. They just expired at $400,000. The house is worth $350,000, and they see a CMA or you circle a price $350,000. What do you think is going to happen with your appointment the minute they see that? Cancel. Just talk to a few other agents over the phone that, said they would list it for anything. No, it's just you don't do that, okay? Unless it's someone you know very well and they're listing with you no matter what, whether they like the price or not. Like, I would never include that, okay? That makes no sense. Point number 5. Please write this down. Number 5. Mindset is everything. Period. Mindset is everything, always. Now, when it comes to your listing appointments, always assume the listing is yours. You're going to leave that appointment with a signed listing agreement, because the other option is assume that they have a bunch of objections and I don't know how I'm going to overcome those and I don't know what I'm doing. And listen, you get what you expect. And when if you assume anything other than the fact that you're going to take this listing and it's going to be well priced, what can you expect out of it? Nothing positive, okay? On your way to your listing appointments, you're driving there, okay? If you're doing it on Zoom, if I was selling real estate today, after everybody last year just got used to Zoom everywhere, I don't think I'd ever want to go on a listing appointment again, okay? I just want to do everything on Zoom. Why not? Save so much time. And you can do it efficiently and get them to sign the listing agreement electronically while you still see them on Zoom, okay? Anyway, we're not going to talk about that today. If you're driving to your listing appointments, or even if you're doing it on Zoom, for like 10 minutes prior to your appointment, you should be listening to, I'm the trainer and founder of SalesX Training. In this platform, in addition to 2 live calls a week, you have a library of over 200 live role plays of listing presentation, for sale by owner, scripts, dialogues, mindset stuff, every script, like endless. I look at it now and I'm like, I can't believe I've done it. Okay, I've done that and I keep doing it because every day there's a new lesson. So on your way to your listing presentation, what should you be doing in your car? You definitely should not be on the phone talking to anyone about anything that takes your mind off of the appointment you're going on. You should be listening to live role plays of listing presentation. The SalesX platform, they're available. If it's a FISBO appointment, expired appointment, or just a general listing appointment, you're going to hear me role playing the entire script, the conversation, the dialogue. That's what you should be listening to in your car. So when you get there, you've already prepared, you practice your script, you videotape, you're doing all of this. But on the way to the appointment, extra preparation. Do not allow yourself to dwell on any negative thinking. Okay? So when you arrive at the appointment, you're in the most powerful mindset possible. Get that? Is that clear? And this is an interesting thought that I'm going to say to you here right now. Decide before you knock on the door that you are not leaving without a signed listing agreement. You're just not. They'll have to throw you out. You're gonna get look at Jacqueline smiling. I see you. Yeah, you're gonna sign that listing agreement, boy. Oh yeah, it's gonna happen. And you gotta walk in with that mindset and assumption. Point number 6. Wow, I'm running out of time. Arrive 15 minutes early. Always. Always plan to arrive 15 minutes early. And here's what you do. Unless you've been in real estate for like forever and you're going into an appointment in an area that you know really, really well, then maybe you don't have to. You should still plan on arriving early, okay? So you're never late. But what I recommend you do is with those 15 minutes, drive in front of every comparable in your CMA, in your market analysis. Just drive in front of the house. I didn't used to do this all the time, but sometimes I did because I used to sell real estate in a large area. And sometimes I'd set an appointment with like an expired. And I have no idea where this is. Like it's 40 minutes away. I've never been there. I don't know where this neighbor, I don't know anything about. I do my market analysis. So then I would show up early and I would drive, okay, 123 Banana Street. I drive, okay, here's 123 Banana Street. It's a corner house, fenced yard, yellow paint, whatever. You make eye contact with the property. Then I drive to the next one. And oh yeah, okay, so this is the street right behind you here. So what I learned by doing that is it built my confidence so much. Because when you don't know the area really well, you feel a little bit uneasy. And obviously, this homeowner's been living in their house for however long. They know they know the neighborhood, they know the area, they know everything about it, and you're showing up. And so to me, it was amazing because now I feel like I know the area. And when I'm taking them through one of the comparables in the market analysis, I could say, oh, in this home right here, this is the yellow house on the corner with the and you just keep going, and it sounds like you know what you're talking about. It's the first time I've ever been here. Can you see how that's going to build your confidence big time? Oh yeah, great. And then park in front of their house at least 2 minutes before your appointment. Okay, so drive around, look at the comparables, and then park in front of the house. And now, here's what you do before you get out of the car. In your mind's eye, whether your eyes are open or closed, in your mind's eye, visualize the seller signing the listing agreement. Visualize them taking the pen from you're going to hand them the pen. I'm going to talk about that in just a minute. And they're going to take that pen and they're going to sign right there. And you're going to have this big smile on your face and you're going to walk out with a signed listing agreement. Visualize that happening before you get out of the car and knock on their door. Got it? Point number 7. Wow, it's such an obvious point, but I have to make it, okay? A great first impression is absolutely critical. Hi, Darla. I'm scrolling up and looking at everybody who's here. A great first impression is critical. And when you park in front of this seller's house. They could be looking out the window and watching you. You do realize that, right? It's very possible. Why not? So you're still sitting in your car, and they're already sizing you up and deciding what's going on here, because that's what human beings do. From the moment that you get out of your car, okay, so you're sitting in your car, you get up, shoulders back, smile on your face. Oh, I'm not talking to anybody. Who am I? Just have a pleasant smile of confidence, shoulders back. Always. Don't assume like, oh, I could just walk to the house, go knock on the door, and they're not looking at me. Oh, no, yeah, they're looking at you. Plus, when you have a smile on your face, when you have your shoulders back and your head up high, you feel more confident. You feel better. So assume they're watching you. When you knock on the door and they open, smile. I don't know, we're not shaking hands these days, but if you are, make sure you have a firm handshake. A little, like if they have a soft handshake, like don't break their hand, okay? But always a firmer handshake than they do. Sometime in the future, we'll be shaking hands again. Walk up confidently. Smile on your face. What is it that you look like? Professional, looking professional. Men, women, I don't care who you are. I had a suit. I had several, and I still do, but I had one that was my favorite for listing appointments. And you need to have a professional attire that you show up at, because you want to look professional. Your hair, if you're a lady, you should put some makeup on, just help out. Shoes, nice, clean. Your car should be clean. This is all part of the first impression. You want to look and feel successful, and your chances of taking the listing go up. Point number 8. Motivated sellers are looking for, what is a motivated seller looking for? I'm going to tell you right now. They're looking for a knowledgeable, professional, and aggressive agent. They're not looking for wishy-washy. Knowledgeable, professional, aggressive agent that can sell their home quickly and for the most money possible. That is what a motivated seller is looking for. They are not looking for a friend. They're not expecting you to show up and be their best friend. They're not interested in that. And by the way, aggressive is not pushy at all. Totally, two completely different things. I'm not going to get into that here now because I could talk about this for half an hour. But aggressive is someone who can sell their home quickly and for the most money possible. And they believe that. Okay, that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for, oh, how was your weekend? Oh, you have a dog too. Oh, I love your decoration. Excuse me? No. If you have a headache and you go to the doctor, you want him to give you something to get rid of this headache. You're not do you even want the doctor to say, oh, so how was your weekend? What do you do for fun? Tell me about it's like, please just give me something to get rid of this headache so I can get out of here. That's what they're looking for. Point number 9, have all of the documents that will need to be signed, obviously the listing agreement and all the disclosures, all the paperwork, prepared and organized in a professional manner. The last thing you want to do is, okay, so you get to the end of your listing presentation and now you start, you open your briefcase and there's papers all over the place and the listing agreement is not even filled out. And by the way, we do so much electronically these days. Obviously, if your listing presentation is on Zoom, you're going to send them an electronic listing agreement signed, all the paperwork signed electronically. But when you're in person in front of a seller, paper, pen, sign. That's what I would do, okay? Not electronically, piece of paper. And with that in mind, before you start your listing presentation, you get to the house, they show you around, or you look at it on your own, whatever. And you're gonna be at the kitchen table. I have a sticky note here because I'm addicted to sticky notes. Pretend this is a listing agreement, okay? Before you start saying anything to them, as you're getting yourself settled at the kitchen table, open your briefcase, take out the listing agreement. It's completely filled out. The only thing that is blank is the price. Their name, the address, the commission, the expiration date, anything else that needs to be filled out is filled out except for the price. You take that listing agreement, you don't say anything. You just sit it on the table and put the pen on top of it. And you leave it there. It's a subliminal close. Okay? Before you start, this is super important. Okay? Don't forget this. You just leave it there. And they see what it is and they know what's up and it's fine. I want you to write this down under this point, okay, of setting the listing agreement there before you start. People are looking for a leader. That's what they're looking for in you as their agent, a leader. And you know what a leader does? A leader makes people feel confident that they know what they're doing. And it's almost like, here, this is the way we do it. Let's go. I can make it happen. A leader is someone who guides them through and makes things happen. Not like, oh, so what do you think? And, weird. Okay? As I say, when you lead, they follow. When you're weird, they get weird. When you're all hesitant and you're awkward, well, guess what? They hesitate. Because they're just looking at you and feeling like, oh, this is really weird. This person is like, no, I don't feel confident here. I better find somebody else because this doesn't feel good to me here. Okay? And in the same point of having all the documents and paperwork prepared, organized, you are going to prepare a market analysis. Doesn't mean you're going to take 2 hours to do it, but it's going to be a very, I don't even want to use the word detail. I didn't write down what I wanted to say. It needs to be carefully prepared. You need to select comparables that make sense, that you are confident. You need to be confident about the comparables you're choosing. You need to understand the market and these comparables and the recent sales and whatever you're showing them better than them. And they live in that neighborhood. So you need to prepare it carefully and have confidence that you know it better than they do. And remember, driving in front of these properties and making visual contact with these with each comparable in your CMA is going to help you tremendously. Okay. Point number 10: be energetic, enthusiastic, and passionate during your presentation. And why is this so important? Obviously, you want to mimic and match, especially in the beginning. And when you're in person, even if you're on Zoom, you can mimic and match their body language, their facial expressions. When you're over the phone, you're mimicking and matching rate of speech, volume, emotion. But when you see the person, now you can mimic and match if they cross their arms, if they go like this, if they cross their legs, their facial expressions, the nodding, all of that, okay? And that creates rapport and it helps you maintain rapport. People do it naturally. But the energy, enthusiasm, and passion is important for this reason. People make decisions when they're excited about the future. Their decision to grab the pen and sign that listing agreement when you ask them to sign is going to be based on the fact that they feel excited about the fact that you can sell this home quickly and for the most money possible. And they're not going to feel excited about that possibility that you could do this for them if you're not excited. If you're just sitting there, oh, and oh, yeah. Not that you would do that, but that's like, how do you expect a seller? Would you list with yourself? I asked you earlier. Your energy and enthusiasm is actually, it makes up, not that you lack skills, but for those of you who have some work to do in mastering the script and mastering your listing presentation, energy and enthusiasm makes up for a lack of skill. It's contagious. Everybody wants to be around people that are excited. Point number 11. Stand up during your listing presentations. Standing up. I'm 5'2", so it's easy for me to stand up, but I don't even care who it is or who I'm presenting to, okay? If it could be, they're taller than me, they're shorter than me, unless it's like, I remember one time I went on a listing appointment and it was a little old lady. I mean, like in her 90s. No, she was very kind, like nice little grandma type. And she was very quiet. I sat next to her because I didn't want to overwhelm her, okay? I think it was the only time I remember ever sitting down on a listing appointment. I used to stand up. Why? Because when you are standing and they are sitting, you're in a position of authority. And that's what you want. It doesn't mean you're not going to be pushy or pressured. You're just in a position of authority. You're the authority here. That's what I used to do. And I highly recommend you do the same. Plus, when you're standing up, you naturally have more energy than when you're sitting down. Point number 12. Smile. I haven't smiled a lot in this presentation, but smile when it's appropriate. Okay? When it's appropriate. There are certain things you say where you don't want to be grumpy, you don't want to be sound like you're angry, because if you don't smile occasionally and you nod, it just creates tension. And when people feel tense, they tend to, they close down. They could feel pressured. And remember, people make decisions when they're excited about the future. People don't make decisions when they feel pressured and they feel tense. When they feel pressured, they feel tense, they back off. That's when you hear, well, I got to sleep on it. Call me tomorrow. We got to discuss it. I don't make decisions on the spot. That's their way of saying, I don't feel good about this right now. And they may not know why. It's a feeling people get. And sometimes it's just, you're way too serious. Lighten up, lighten up. It doesn't mean you need to be making jokes or you just lighten up. Okay, good. Point number 13. Don't talk more than you need to. That's as simple as that. Having a script is going to help you with this, because if you don't have a script, you got nothing to guide you through this presentation. And you know how homeowners are. They give you an objection, they ask a question, they're all over the place, they're talking about this, they're talking about that, and you just go along with it. And sometimes they give you an objection. You don't know the answer because you haven't practiced. And now you start talking. And I learned this a long time ago, and I think this is a great thing for you to write down and never forget. Never sell, because you're a salesperson, with blah, blah. What you can sell with blah. Because sometimes we start talking and you could put your foot in your mouth. Okay. Point number 14. This is a really important point, and I know it's one that I actually put it on the outline of something that I would share with you on this webinar. We got 10 minutes left, so that's good. 14, and then 15 is going to be easy. And then we're done. What is it that you do differently from other agents? What sets you apart? Why should they list with you and not, any of the other thousands of agents in your area? So when you're on a listing appointment, you have to, by doing everything that I shared here with you today and really preparing, you have to stand out. And all of this is going to help you stand out. But I'm going to give you a script here that separates you from everybody else. Are you ready? Remember, if you don't write everything down, this will be on YouTube in a couple of days, before the end of this week, so you can go back and listen to it again and write it down. So I would say something like this to the homeowner. If you are sending out a pre-listing package, it could include an abbreviated version of your marketing plan, which is, what you do to sell homes. But what really separates you, I would say like this to them. I would say, Mr. Seller, when we spoke over the phone, you did tell me that you're obviously getting a lot of calls from real estate agents, and I think you told me that you met with a couple of agents already. And every real estate agent that you've talked to do some of the same things to sell properties. They obviously put the home in the multiple listing service. They may put a sign in front of your home. They put it on hundreds of websites. They may hire a professional photographer or do a virtual tour, a drone, whatever. Like, you know where I'm going with this. You can quickly list all of the things that every real estate agent does. And Mr. Seller, by the way, I do all of those things as well. Now, what really separates me from all of the other agents that you've spoken with is I am an active and aggressive agent. Because when you think about all of these things that every real estate agent does, that we just went through them, that I do also, they're passive marketing strategies, basically. Because once agents put your home in the multiple listing and they put it on hundreds of websites and they got the professional photos and you list all this stuff, they now basically sit around for the next several months and hope and pray that your house is going to sell. I don't work that way, Mr. Seller. As I said, I am an active and aggressive agent. You and I both know there is a buyer for your house out there, and my job is to go find them. And that's exactly what you would expect your agent to do for you, isn't it? So, and you may be wondering, well, okay, so how are you going to do that? Well, Mr. Seller, here's what I do. Monday through Friday, from 9 a.m. until noon, I am on the phone. I speak with 30 to 40 people a day looking for buyers for my listings and looking for more homeowners that want to sell. And that's how I found you also. And there's a tremendous benefit for you, Mr. Seller, in me having more homes for sale, because having homes for sale is really the number one way to attract buyers. And very often buyers, when they inquire on a property they've seen online, or they drive in front of a home and see a sign, or they contact me, most of the time they don't end up buying the home that they called on. And that gives me, having a lot of homes for sale, gives me an opportunity to cross sell. Meaning I can get a buyer call on a property that's 30 minutes away from your home. And when I find out what's their budget and what are they looking for, even though they're looking 30 minutes away, they just described your home to me. And after seeing that property that I have for sale over there, and they say, well, no, we need more of this, more of that, I can bring them to your home. And they could end up being the perfect buyer for your property. So the more homes I have for sale, the more buyers calls I get, the more opportunities I have to cross sell and sell any of the homes that I have, versus agents that have 1 or 2 listings or none. But I also, Mr. Seller, call around the neighborhoods. So when we list your property, I'm going to get phone numbers for 300 to 400 of your neighbors, and I'm going to personally contact each and every one of them to let them know that your home is for sale and ask them if they know anyone who might be interested in buying in the area. There's more to this. I'm going to leave it here because I still got point number 15 I want to tell you. But this is what separates you. This is part of what I used to say to sellers on my listing appointments, and they would look at me like, a lot of them, they would look at me and say, you do that? Like, yeah, I do that. Because they're like, obviously, most real estate agents don't. So if you're going to actually say you do, you better do it. You don't want to lie about it. And when everyone is out and about and life is back to normal, you could even say to them, Mr. Seller, you're welcome to come into my office any Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. until noon, and you're going to see me doing exactly what I just told you. Again, Mr. Seller, my job is not to just list your home and sit around and hope and pray that it would sell. I mean, if it was just about putting it on hundreds of websites, putting it in the multiple listing service, putting a sign in front of your house, if that was all that it took to sell homes, I mean, you wouldn't need to hire me to do that. There's so much more that I do. And looking for the buyer for your home is how we're going to maximize the exposure on your property so we can sell it for the most money possible. That's exactly what you want, isn't it? Great. I'm ready to go to work for you. Let's go through the market analysis so we can agree on what's the highest price we could sell your property for, and I can go to work. So, I didn't say this. This is going to lead right into the last point here today, which is 15. But you notice what I just said to you when I said, let's go through the market analysis so we can agree on what I'm nodding my head. This is a time to put a smile on your face, and you're nodding and they're agreeing so we can get your home on the market and get it sold. Great. So now you take the market analysis and you're going to show the comparables. I'm not going to go through that. If there are any expireds in the area in the last 12 months, you can use them. But I usually have 4 active listings and 4 recent sales. So I'm going to go directly to, obviously you could get objections about the price. I don't know about this market right now because it's a hot market. But when you get to the point, remember before you started the appointment, you put the list. This is the listing agreement, completely filled out. The only thing blank is the price. The pen is on top of it, just like that. It's been sitting here, okay, this whole entire time. So now we go through the market analysis and we agree on a price. So I'm going to hold it up so you could see it, okay? My table is a little bit lower. So it's like this. My hand is the table. So now we go through the CMA. They have some pricing objections, blah, blah, blah. You finally agree on a price. So here's what I do. Okay, grab my pen. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and price it at $499,000. And I just need your signature right here, Mr. Seller, right here. So, it's on the table. I write down the price as I say it. Great. So let's price it at $499. Write it down. And I just need your signature right here. And I turn the paper to them and I point to the signature line and I give them the pen. And I'm smiling, nodding my head. And I don't say a word. I just keep going like this until they pick up the pen and sign. And I just keep nodding. That's how you do it. Now, what did you just do right there? Point 15 is closing for the signature. Asking for the signature needs to be a seamless process. It's not like, oh, okay, $4.99. Let me open my briefcase, take out the listing agreement, start. Oh, yeah, didn't have it ready, wasn't filled out. No, it's right there. It's like seamless. It's the natural thing to do. This paper's been sitting here waiting for your signature the whole entire time. I highly recommend that you practice this in front of a mirror with the body language. And super important, all the way through. The audio and the video need to match. You don't say, I just need your signature right here. I cannot even do it. It's like so weird. Like your body language doesn't match what you're saying. Weird. And as I've said many times before, when you get weird and you do weird stuff, they get weird, okay? Like it's incongruent. What you say and what you're doing don't match. You got to be careful with that too. Not throughout the entire presentation, but not only there, when you're on the phone making calls too, because body language is 55% of communication. And even though over the phone, they don't see you, what you're doing with your body affects how you sound. So it impacts what it is that they hear. Be very careful. But obviously, when you're in person, make sure the audio and video match, okay? Thank you for taking the time. I trust you got some good stuff out of this webinar today. Make sure you go to YouTube, subscribe to the channel, Jackie Kravitz. This will be there for you in a couple of days. Check out salesxtraining.com. There's so much great information there on what to do, how to do it, when to do it, schedule, structure, skills, objections, closing, FISBOs, mindset, live role plays, 2 live calls per week, endless material, and extremely affordable. Any one of you can afford this training, and it will make you millions. Not just signing up and paying for it, when you actually immerse in it and you do what I say. Hi, everyone. Today, I want to talk to you about what to do on a listing appointment. How do you handle a listing appointment? So here's the scenario. You're prospecting. You set an appointment. You pre-qualify this appointment. Now what? What's next? So obviously, the first thing you're going to do is you should send the seller a pre-listing package. And it's something very simple. It should be sent electronically. You're not going to deliver it in person. Waste of time. Let me back up for a minute. You want to be as efficient as possible. You want to set your appointments for the same day, whenever possible. That is a huge priority. You don't set an appointment for tomorrow that you can go on today. You don't have time to deliver packages. You want to create an electronic version of a pre-listing package. It'll have some brief information about you or your company. If you're a brand new agent, what makes your company stand out? Or if you have a great track record, your track record, brief. This is not pages and pages and no, something brief, because they don't have the attention span to be reading a bunch of stuff. You're also going to send out something brief about your marketing plan, not your full marketing plan, maybe 1 page maximum. What is it that you do to get homes sold that makes you stand out? So you got to think about this. Again, something very simple. You should send A listing agreement, the price should not be there. No price. The price you're going to fill in when you get there. Now, the listing agreement, I actually think it's tricky to send out the listing agreement ahead of time, especially when you're meeting with people that you don't know. Because sellers, I'm big on FSBOs and expires. I think you know that. So for sale by owners and expired listings, they're getting a lot of calls from real estate agents. A lot of them are focused on price. Every seller wants to sell the house for more money. Nobody wants to undersell their property. That's natural. But for sale by owners, especially, they're overpriced. Expireds are overpriced too. If they were priced right, they wouldn't have expired. They would have sold. But the point is that you'll hear a lot of them say, well, if you could get me this price or that price, I'll consider. An expired might say, well, I'll consider this if you could get me this price or my price. So when you include the price in your listing agreement that you're sending ahead of time, very often you're going to get your appointment canceled because they don't know you. They have no idea what you do, why you're the best agent in this marketplace to list and sell this property for them, because you got to have that belief and know that's who you are. But they have no clue. You're just one of dozens of agents that are calling. And without meeting you and getting to know the benefit that you bring to them in this transaction, they're just looking at the price and saying, yeah, no, don't like that, next. Same thing could happen with commission. So you want to be very cautious. Now, if you have a listing appointment with a past client, somebody you know, a referral that you feel confident that they're going to list with you no matter what, well, then it's a different story. FSBOs and expireds are not like that. What else could you include in a pre-listing package? You can include just a very short, very brief, that could even be in the body of the email that you send out, a little introduction. It was a pleasure speaking with you today. Enclosed, please find this and that information. I look forward to seeing you, blah, blah, blah time. So it's something very simple. Basically, your track record or your company's track record, a very brief marketing plan, and maybe the listing agreement. Now, if you're doing a listing appointment over Zoom, which, a lot of agents have done in 2020 and even 2021, just 5 minutes before the appointment, you want to send out you want to email them the listing agreement for electronic signature. They need to have that in front of them, and they need to have a market analysis. You do not include a market analysis with your pre-listing package either. You want to discuss price when you get there. But if you're doing a Zoom presentation, CMA, market analysis, and the listing agreement 5 minutes before your appointment. And maybe even a little before that, as soon as you set the appointment, you could send out the other information that I sent. Okay, so you got that. Now, you have to prepare a market analysis. How do you do that? You go in your MLS and you do a search for properties in the same area, in the same neighborhood, in the same subdivision. You have to figure out how to actually do your MLS search. I can't teach you that. But what you're looking for when you're preparing a market analysis is you want to find 4 active listings and 4 recent sales in the last 6 months that compare well to the property that the subject property that you're going on an appointment for. And I say 4 and 4. I always used 4 actives and 4 recent sales. Because if you put too many comparables there, you're going to confuse them. Now, you want to be careful when you select the 4 actives and 4 closed sales, because you want to make sure that, first of all, they make sense, that the seller would look at it. Square footage is similar. The number of bedrooms and baths is similar. The year built, it's in the same neighborhood. If there are certain features, or their property has a pool, it backs up to a preserve. You want to look at the number of garage spaces, and depending in your area,
there are different features that are important. I'm just giving you some basic stuff here. Now, sometimes it's not easy to find comparables that are exactly the same. If you're in a neighborhood doing a CMA and they're all cookie cutter homes, and a lot of neighborhoods are easy, but sometimes not that easy. So what do you do in that case? You want to find the ones that are as similar as possible in the same area. And when you're doing this, you have to think like an appraiser thinks. If you're watching this and you're new to real estate, you're like, well, I don't know how an appraiser thinks, and I've never seen an appraisal. Well, you need to speak with your broker, get a recommendation of a good appraiser, and you need to ask to look at an appraisal. You need to study that. You need to invite them to lunch, an appraiser, or coffee, and ask them how they come up with comparables. They make adjustments in essence. When you are not able to find homes that are really similar, you want to, so let's say this home has 4 bedrooms and the other one has 3, or the square footage is 200-300 square feet bigger, whatever, to the one the appointment that you're going on. What do? You adjust, you add or subtract to the price of the closed sale that you're looking at, so that you can sort of make align these properties. That's what appraisers do. It's really important that your market analysis makes sense, because obviously price is huge. Every homeowner wants to sell their home for the most money possible, and it is your job to sell it for a top market price. And 99% of homeowners, they want more money for the house than the house is worth. That's just human nature. They think their house is special. They want a certain amount of money. They paid a certain amount of money. They put a certain amount of money into it. They're looking online and it says it's worth more. Whatever. The reason doesn't matter. The point is, this market analysis is critical for you to help the seller understand the price, because taking listings is great, but they need to be priced right for them to sell. In a hot market, I mean, you got to really, really be crazy with a price for it not to sell. The market that we're in right now, you take a listing, unless it's something literally stupid with the price, it's likely to sell, but price is still important. So you want to make sure that your market analysis makes sense, because if it doesn't make sense, the seller's going to say, well, this house is not like mine. So it may not be, but you need to be able to explain how the adjustments are made and why that's important. So well-prepared market analysis. And you want to make sure that you give a very strong first impression when you get to this house. We all know first impressions are critical. You need to dress sharp, professional. Even if you have one suit, one outfit that you're going to wear to every listing appointment for a while, it doesn't matter. You want to make sure that your hair is presentable, men, women alike. If you're a woman and you could put a little makeup on, that's helpful. And you're dressed professionally, clean, sharp, shoulders back. You want to look confident. Your car should be clean. Pretend they're looking out the window and they're seeing you park your car and you haven't washed it in a year and it's full of dust and whatever. They may even be outside. They peek inside. There's junk all over the place. Presentable, professional. All the paperwork you're bringing with you, the market analysis, the disclosures, the listing agreement, the documents, everything should be organized inside a folder. You don't want to have stuff flying around and you don't know what's what. You want to be prepared. You want to be really, really well prepared. They open the door. You have a smile on your face, a firm handshake. Just, don't break their hand, just a little bit firmer than their handshake. You don't want to go, oh, how are you? No, that's not very impressive. So now what do you do when you get there? The first thing you're going to do is you're going to ask the seller to show you the property. This should be brief. It shouldn't, I mean, unless you're looking at a, I don't know, 15,000 square foot property, this will take 5 minutes maximum. They're going to show you around. Allow them to show you around. It's a great opportunity for you to build rapport instantly with that seller. Ask questions about the property, about their move, about their motivation, about their experience, if they're a FISBO with people calling, whatever. It's an opportunity for you to engage with them. And it's not going to take a long time. So make sure you do that. Then you're going to settle at the kitchen counter or the dining room table. And the first thing I want you to do before you start, okay, when you get to the table, I want you to take out of your briefcase the listing agreement. I have a notepad right here. I'm going to pretend it's a listing agreement, okay? So I get to the dining room table. I take out this listing agreement. I put it on top of the table with a pen on top of it. And this listing agreement is completely filled out, okay? Their name, the property address, completely except for the price. So their name, the address, the expiration date, the commission, everything's filled out. The price is blank. And this is a subliminal close, okay? You just leave it there. You don't say anything, nothing, just you leave it there. They know what it is and why it's there, and so do you, because at the end of the appointment, they're actually going to sign the agreement after you go over the price and you agree on a price. You want to make sure that throughout your entire presentation, you have high energy. This is critical. Otherwise, you're going to put people to sleep. They lose interest. They tune out. You know, when you're talking to someone and you're just, they go to La La Land, okay? They're not listening. You're not engaging them. You got to have high energy. And another reason for it too is people make decisions when they're excited about the future. They're going to make a decision to grab that pen and sign this listing agreement with you today because they're excited about the fact that you can sell this property for them for the highest possible price in the least amount of time with the least amount of hassle. They need to get excited about that to sign the agreement. And they're not going to get excited about it if you have low energy. You need to be excited about what you can do for them. You need to be passionate. You want to have a genuine belief that you're going to help them get what they want in the time they want. You're going to help them make this move and it's going to be smooth and you're the best agent for the job. You got to convey that. Not just with what you say, your energy, your body language, all needs to be congruent, because if you're saying to them something like, this is just an example, Mr. Seller, I am confident that I can sell your home quickly and for the most money possible. And you're saying, I'm confident that I can sell your home quickly and for the most money possible. Like the audio and the video don't match. It's just weird. And listen, I've done that, okay? So it's okay as long as you're aware of what's happening. I highly recommend that you practice your listing presentation in front of a mirror and you videotape your own listing presentation, a role play with another agent in your office, with somebody in your family, with a friend, with whoever, so you can watch yourself. Because a lot of times we have certain mannerisms, body language, behavior, gestures we are unaware of. And it's totally incongruent. We're saying something and we look like we're doing something else. Weird. And when you get weird, they get weird. And I'm saying you should videotape and practice in front of a mirror because you can't change what you are unaware of. And I remember when I started in real estate, I had no idea what I sounded like or what I looked like. And it's one of the most brutal things you do to watch yourself and listen to yourself and go, oh my God, I wouldn't list with myself. This is terrible. No wonder nobody wants to give me appointments or list with me. But see, that's such a huge opportunity right there. If you don't listen to yourself, if you don't watch yourself, you don't know. So how are you going to improve and get better? You won't. You just keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. Definition of insanity. Then you get discouraged. Then you leave real estate and you go get a real job. We don't want to do that. I know that's not why you're here. So high energy. What are some of the main things you're going to do when you actually sit down at the dining room table now? You want to just do a quick recap of their motivation. Mr. Seller, when we spoke over the phone, I know you mentioned that you're moving to Dallas and you'd like to be there in the next 2 to 3 months because you got a job transfer and it's important to you to make sure you sell this home, obviously, for the most money possible. And it sounds to me, based on our conversation, that you also would like to sell it as quickly as possible, correct? So you're confirming motivation. Then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to talk to them about your marketing plan. Now, this needs to be brief, okay? Brief. I know most real estate agents spend an hour talking about their company and what they do and the virtual tour and the photos and the this and the that, stuff that every agent does, and you're probably doing it too, and there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of agents, especially more experienced agents, well, I have this certification and this designation and I did this and I did that and I've been in real estate for 20 years and listen, it's perfectly okay if you have all these credentials and track record to talk to the seller about that. And your marketing plan, you probably are doing some of the same things that every agent is doing, fine. But there are two things I want you to remember here when you're talking about your marketing plan. Brief. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes, maximum. Here are the two things to remember. Sellers don't care what you know. They don't care the experience you have, what your track record is, and all the designations that you have. They don't care about that. The only thing they care about is, how is all of that gonna help me sell this home quickly for the most money possible and with the least amount of hassle? That's all they care. So you want to make sure that when you're using your track record, your credentials, when you're talking about that, you want to make sure you tie that into what's in it for them. Write that down. What's in it for them? Because if they don't see what's in it for them, they're gonna tune out. They're not listening. They're looking at you. They hear you. They lose interest completely. And when that happens, listen, you're not likely to take this listing. So what's in it for them is number one. And when you're talking about what you do to sell homes, so we're talking about, whatever every agent does and whatever you do, what makes you stand out? That's what they want to know. Oh, are you like everybody else? Or what is it about you what separates you from everyone else out there? And personally, because this is what I did on every appointment I went on, this is what I teach my clients. What separates you, you are an active and aggressive agent. 99% of agents, they take a listing, they put it in the multiple listing service, they hire a professional photographer, they do a virtual tour, they may do some open houses, whatever else, right? And then they sit around for 6 months and they hope and pray that somehow this house is going to sell. They're not actively and aggressively looking for buyers and sellers every day. There's a benefit for you prospecting for sellers, which is cross-selling. I'm not going to get into that here, but I teach my clients that in detail. That's what separates you. You're not going to sit around. There's a buyer for their house out there, and your job is to go find them. And when you're presenting your marketing plan, that is going to come across very strongly, and they're going to go, wow, that's the kind of agent I'm looking for. So you go through the marketing plan. What's the next step? The price. So now is when you're going to take out that market analysis that you prepared, and you're going to go through each of the comparables slowly and help them understand how this compares to their property, the importance of this information, because they're entering a competition. They're putting their house on the market, and buyers have options. They're going to have their house, and they have these 3 or 4 other properties that they're going to be looking at when they look at their home. So it's literally a competition. Why are the closed sales important? Because that's the information that an appraiser uses to appraise a property. So looking at the recent sales is important. Your job when you're discussing price is not to tell them what the price should be. Your job is to help them understand what the price has to be for them to sell this home. When you walk into a listing appointment after you prepare this market analysis and you understand the market conditions, also the amount of inventory of homes for sale, how many sold the previous month, these are all things that you need to help the seller understand because they affect the price of the property. So when you walk into this appointment, you have an opinion of the price. What is your opinion of the price based on? It's based on what's available for sale, what has recently sold, and the market conditions. So think of yourself as you're there to share this information with the seller in a way that causes them to come to the same conclusion that you came to in regards to the price. Because if you just tell them the price, remember, I think I said this earlier, I said it in other videos, every homeowner wants more money for the house than the house is worth. So if you just tell them, the price that you want to list this property for is likely to be lower than what they want. And if you just tell them, then it's going to be an argument between them. They're trying to convince you of the price they want, they need, or whatever. And you're trying to convince them that it needs to be lower, but the evidence that you have to influence them to see what it is you see, it's your market analysis and your knowledge of the market conditions. So that's the next step, is to discuss the price. You might have to handle some price objections, and then you come to a conclusion on the price. If they still have any objections, hopefully not, because if you pre-qualified well and you've done an amazing presentation, they're ready to sign the listing agreement, which you have right in front of you. Remember, you left it there before you started this whole thing. So when you agree on a price, which is the only thing that's blank on the listing agreement, you write the price, and it looks like this, okay? So you just agree on a price of $599. So Mr. Seller, let's go ahead and price your property at $599 so we can get it sold for you. I just need your signature right here. And you're handing them the pen and you're pointing to the signature line. That's it. There's no weirdness. There's no hesitation. You don't agree on a price and then you go, well, so what do you think? Passive. Motivated sellers are looking for an aggressive agent. You lead, they follow. You've done an amazing presentation. There's nothing left to do except sign the listing so you can go sell this property. I trust this has helped you be better prepared so you can walk into your appointments, get a signature on a well-priced listing. That's where it's at. Welcome to the Listing Presentation Masterclass. Yay, I'm excited that you are here. And so get a notepad, get a pen, and be ready to take some notes. I recorded a little clip of a video. It was a promo video for this webinar. And I said something on that video, and I want to start with this conversation. I'm going to give you 7 steps today, and you want to be here all the way to the end because all 7 of them are important. Otherwise, there would be 6, not 7. So you don't want to miss any of it. I want to start by what I mentioned in this promo video for this webinar. Write this down. Write this quote down. The seller is a yes. when you knock on that door and you walk through the door, they are a yes, unless you turn them into a no. And what I mean by they are a yes, they are willing to consider listing with you, otherwise you wouldn't be there. They wouldn't have given you an appointment. So they said, yes, come here, show me why. Tell me why I should pay you a commission to handle the sale of one of my biggest assets. This is a big deal. Selling, listing a home, helping a seller with the sale of their home, it's a big deal for people. And yes, there are a lot of for sale by owners out there, and a lot of people can think they can sell it themselves. And in this market, there's no question that if they put a certain price on listen, regardless of the market, let me back up. This is not about FSBOs. At the right price for a private seller, anybody can sell on their own, even in a buyer's market where there's a ton of inventory. Anything can be sold given a certain price. Can they sell it and actually end up with more money than if they hired you? That is really the question, okay, that a FSBO, that you need to answer for a FSBO. But the point is, whether it's a FSBO, an expired, a neighborhood call, a referral, I don't care where this lead came from, you got yourself an appointment. That seller is willing to hire you unless you really mess this up, okay? Because if they weren't willing to consider listing with you, you wouldn't be there. So I actually did something really fun this morning because I want to give you a visual for what is at stake when you walk into a listing appointment. You see this? It's not play money. This is actual $100 bills, and there's $10,000 here. I went to the bank this morning. Some of them are like the old ones, but most of them are the brand new ones. 10 grand. When you walk into a listing appointment, this money is sitting on the table. For some of you, this is your average commission, $10,000. For some of you, it's 20 or 30. It's even more than this. But this is what is at stake. And I want you to think about this because someone, an agent, will have this money in their bank account. I don't care what the seller tells you. I don't want to pay a commission. I don't want to list with an agent. I'm taking it off the market, whatever the objection may be. They gave you an appointment because they're willing to consider listing with you. And they're going to list with somebody. If it's not you today, right now on this appointment, this money is going to go in somebody else's bank account and not yours. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes? So I want you to write this down. Write this quote down. It's one of my favorite quotes. Luck happens when preparation meets opportunity. So when you think about this $10,000 average commission, all this money right here, I want you to look at it. And I want you to envision it being deposited in your bank account. Your bank account. It's there. It's yours. Are you going to allow another agent to take that money from you? Because right now, today, if you do your job correctly, if you do what you're supposed to do, if you show up in the way that you're supposed to show up, it's yours. Or somebody else is going to take it from your bank account and deposit it in theirs. So write this down, right? It's a question. And even after this webinar, I'm going to give you a lot of answers, but I want you to think about this, okay? Because you gotta make some changes. Because there's just too much money out there for you in this market, in every market. What do you need to learn? That's a question. How do you need to prepare? And who do you need to be? I have notes here, okay? I don't want to forget anything that I want to tell you. So if you see me looking to the side, it's my iPad. What do you need to learn? How do you need to prepare? And who do you need to be at this listing appointment right now so you don't lose your $10,000 commission to another agent? Here's another question for you. What is the seller looking for? What is this seller looking for? Write this down. I'm going to tell you what every seller is looking for. They're looking to sell their home for the most money possible. I don't care what they tell you. They want to sell it for the most money possible. And they want to know they're not leaving any money on the table. They want to sell it in the least amount of time. Now, least amount of time. Every seller's timing, motivation, and timing is not the same. Clearly, some people have more urgency to sell than other people, but nobody has their house for sale and they want it to just take as long as possible. You know, I could sell it in a week, but I want it to take a year. No, they want to sell it in the least amount of time and with the least amount of hassle. Write those three things down. That's what every seller wants. Now, I want you to think about this. That is their goal in the sale of this home. That is an aggressive goal. Selling for the most money in the least amount of time with the least amount of hassle is an aggressive goal. And it requires an aggressive agent. Now, some of you may be new to real estate or newer, and you haven't been on a lot of appointments and you don't have a lot of experience. I get that. I've been there. Here's the challenge. If the seller senses fear and doubt in you, fear that you're not sure you could take the listing, doubt that you could sell it for the most money in the least amount of time, you know, the market is hot, if they could sell themselves, well, you know, there's other agents that have more experience, they have a team that, whatever it may be. If the seller senses fear and doubt in you, fear and doubt that you can deliver the results you're looking for, which is sell for the most money, least amount of time, with the least amount of hassle. What the seller wants and who you are being don't match. There, right there, you knock on the door, ring the bell. The way that you show up right there in that moment, they sense. You know how dogs can smell fear? Sellers can smell doubt and fear. Yeah, people feel it. You know, they sense it. Yeah. So what happens? Well, your goals don't match. They have an aggressive goal and you're not showing up that way. And I want you to please write all of this down because you want to remember. The listing presentation, and I'm going to tell you exactly what to do in this listing presentation, every step of the way right here today. The listing presentation, the price or the commission is not going to be the breaking point for you and the reason why you don't take this listing. Who you are being every step of the way is. That will be the breaking, the thing that breaks this down, and that's it. You walk away without a signature. Okay? It's not even necessarily you following what I'm going to tell you to do on this listing presentation every step of the way. It's who you're being. Motivated sellers want an aggressive agent. Give them what they want, not what you think they want, what they actually want. Right? Motivated sellers, someone who needs to sell or wants to sell, they're not looking for a, oh, so what do you think? Oh, your house is so nice. Oh, you have a dog. I have a dog too. They're not looking for that. Okay. I'm going to talk more about that in a minute. If you have any doubt that you can deliver the results that the seller is looking for, or if you think another agent with more experience and a big team and 20 years in real estate can do a better job than you. This listing presentation is over. Sad, but true. So how do you take listings with few or no objections? You want the answer to that? It's like, how do you take listings with few or no objections? I love that. Show up as a confident expert and a knowledgeable leader. That's how you gotta show up every time. I don't care if you're brand new. You gotta pump yourself up. You gotta find it within yourself to show up for that 30 minutes or hour that you're there. Like that. Confident, expert, knowledgeable leader. And remember, always to focus on what's in it for the seller. What is the seller looking for? And what's in it? Give them what they're looking for. Okay, I already said many times what they're looking for. You could go back and listen to it again. This will be on my YouTube channel at some point. Okay, so we're gonna start. I'm gonna give you the first point, but I want to remind you again: $10,000 on the table. Your average commission. Is it yours, or is somebody else gonna take it? Point number one, or step one, write down the word mindset. I have to start with mindset. It's impossible. Listen, I'm going to give you other stuff, what to do, how to prepare a CMA, the price, whole thing. But it has to start with mindset. So I want you to write it down. Prepare your mind on the drive to the appointment. You want to be bombarding your brain. Powerful, positive, motivational, inspirational ideas. You want to pump yourself up for the last few minutes before you show up to the door. Put like the song that most like gets you like going crazy, excited. You gotta pump yourself up. You cannot on the drive to the appointment be, I don't know, talking on the phone with somebody that's complaining or handling an issue. What are you doing? Or listening to the news? I mean, does that even anybody does that these days? I don't know. Probably. This is critical because you have to show up with high energy, enthusiasm, passion. You got to be passionate about what you're doing. Remember, people make decisions when they're excited about the future. If you're not excited, how are you going to get them excited about listening with you? It's not going to happen. Under this same point number one mindset, what are your expectations? As you knock on the door, do you expect to walk away with a signed listing agreement? Or do you expect that the seller will say, well, I told you over the phone that I'm interviewing other agents. Or I told you over the phone that I don't want to pay a commission. What are you expecting when you get there? Leave no doubt that there is no need to speak with any other agent. Leave no doubt that listing with you is the best financial decision they can make. Price and commission objections, or really any objection like, oh, I want to think it, I want to sleep on, I want to think about it. I don't want to make decisions quickly. But primarily, because I know price and commission are big ones, price and commission objections come up because they don't feel you are the right agent. And this feeling they get, it starts from the moment you knock on the door. And we're going to talk about the moment that you knock on the door. That's step number 3. But before we get there, let's go to step number 2. So the first one is the mindset. Number 2 is preparation. Now I want to talk to you a little bit about preparing the market analysis, your CMA, to bring with you to the appointment. Because obviously that's very important. When you're preparing a CMA, you're going to select 4 active listings and 4 recent sales within the last 6 months. And you're going to select these actives and these closed sales very carefully. And what I mean by carefully is you want to make sure that you will be able to explain to the seller why you selected these comparables and how are these properties similar somewhat. Sometimes if you're doing a market analysis in a neighborhood where it's all cookie cutter homes, they're all the same, it's easy, but it's not always like that. Sometimes you're doing a CMA and the homes are different from one another, and you're gonna have to explain, while my home is 500 square feet bigger than this one that you're showing me here. So what do you do now? You need, for those of you who don't have the experience of having looked at an appraisal, you need to study an appraisal. And you need to see how appraisers, what adjustments they make and how they come up with the appraised values for properties. Because and preferably look at an appraisal where the properties they're obviously similar, otherwise they wouldn't be comparables on an appraisal, but they're not the same. And the appraiser has to adjust for the additional square footage or a swimming pool or whatever, okay? And this is critical because you're gonna get to a point where you're gonna have to help the seller understand what they need to price this property at so that it will sell. And if the CMA and I'm going to call it comparables that you select to be a part of your CMA is the evidence that you're going to be showing this seller. So you got to carefully select that. Okay? When you are presenting the CMA, I'm going to talk to you a little bit later about how to have the conversation on price. But when you are presenting the CMA, you need to speak confidently. The entire presentation, I mean, it's not just when you're presenting price, confidently and unapologetic. Why is that important? Because you don't choose the price. It's nothing you can do. Can you imagine how fun being a real estate agent would be if you got to choose how much properties sell for? Wouldn't that be amazing? You have no control. And so don't own the price because you didn't choose it, but you got to provide enough evidence to the seller so that they understand the price. Also under preparation, there's paperwork that you need to bring with you, the listing agreement, all the disclosures that are required in your state or by your broker or whatever, and all of the paperwork. You need to have everything clean and organized. You cannot have paper with little ears like that and everything is like a mess. Like what? What is going on? Okay? Organized in a folder, everything clean. The listing agreement is completely filled out except for the price ahead of time. This is part of your preparation. You're not going to take the listing agreement in front of the seller at some point and start writing their name and address. You don't do that. When you get there, it's already done. The only thing on the listing agreement is not filled out is the price, and I'll talk more about that later. You should, even though I never did when I was selling real estate, but I do recommend that you send out a pre-listing package electronically. This is sent out via email. And this pre-listing package is going to include a little bio about you if you don't, and your track record. If you are new and you don't have a track record yet, use your company's track record. something about how many homes, how long the company's been around, and how many homes were sold in the last 6 months, a year. You got to come up with something. 1 page. Simple. Don't send out a pre-listing package. It's like 20 pages. Nobody's going to look at that. Okay. 1 page that's powerful, that's impressive with your track record or your company's track record, or combination of both. A brief marketing plan. I'm going to talk about the marketing plan in a little bit. Okay. Brief marketing plan. Again, more coming. Do not include the market analysis. That's not part of your pre-listing package. A few testimonials if you have it. Yeah. A 1 page with 3 or 4 testimonials. So it's your track record, your company's track record, a brief marketing plan, and some testimonials. That's it. That'll be 3 pages, 1 page each. No CMA and no listing agreement, no disclosures, none of that. Okay. Now, if you're doing a listing appointment on Zoom, you're going to send a pre-listing package as soon as you can electronically. And by the way, this is what I just told you to include in the pre-listing package. It should be done ahead of time. It's not, whoa, I set an appointment, now I got to go create this. No, this stuff you should have ready. You just attach, to an email and you send it out very easily. If your listing appointment is going to be on Zoom, then 5 minutes before the appointment, separate from your pre-listing package, you're going to send out the market analysis and the listing agreement for electronic signature. If your appointment is in person, you're not going to send that out. That the listing agreement and the CMA, you're not sending it out. You're bringing it with you. So that's your preparation. Here's step 3, or point number 3. Your arrival at the house. Yay! This is what you've worked for. This is the moment of truth right here. Yeah? Yes, absolutely. I see Jacqueline like rubbing her hand. Yeah, baby, I'm ready to go. Arrival. So I want you to write this down. First impressions are critical. We all know that, right? The old saying, you don't have a second chance to make a great first impression. Because it's the first, it's not the second. And it is critical. Look like. You need to look like someone who gets things done. In your attitude, in the way you're dressed, in your posture, in your face, in your expressions, in your body language. You know when you look at somebody and they look like someone who gets things done? That's it. That's how you gotta show up. Remember, it's one of their biggest assets. There's a lot of money at stake. They're looking for a successful, aggressive agent. Be early. Be early. Plan to arrive at least 15 minutes early so that if you get caught in a little trap, whatever happens, you got a little bit of cushion with your time. You never want to be late to an appointment. Your car, as part of first impressions, needs to be clean. It doesn't need to be new. It needs to be clean, presentable, inside and out. What if you get to the property and the seller is outside and your car is full of junk inside, right? There's stuff all over the place and the seller actually looks, what kind of first impression is that? Some of you are like, oh, she's talking to me. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, you knock on the door. Remember what I said, because I don't want to keep repeating myself because I got a lot of stuff to tell you. Your posture, Your facial expressions, a smile on your face. You're about to ring the bell or knock on the door. Shoulders back. You look confident. Yes. Your face looks like you're excited and confident. Firm handshake. Firm hand. Don't break anybody's hand, but also, not like, a firm handshake, like a professional. Because you are a professional, not like a professional, like the professional that you are. And then you're going to look at the house, right? You're going to come, you're going to introduce yourself. It's a pleasure meeting you. I look forward to getting this property sold for you. Would you give me a quick tour of the property? Let them show you the house. Don't tell them, wait here, I'm going to look at the house. No, don't do that. Them taking you through the house, that could take maybe 5 minutes. It's a great opportunity for you to ask questions and to build rapport with the seller. Unless it's like somebody your best friend, a past client, that somebody that they're going to list with you no matter what you do here or what you say. If somebody you're very close to, maybe. But there's no reason for that. It's going to maybe take 5 minutes and it will be worth it. Let them show you, ask questions, ask about motivation, etc. While they are showing you the house and you're walking through the property, walk like a successful real estate agent who gets things done. The seller is looking at you and they're thinking, wow, this person sells houses. You look like, the way you talk, everything about you instills confidence in this seller that you're going to get things done. You're going to get them what they want. Now, you're at the kitchen table or dining room table, wherever, right after you tour the property. I recommend that you present standing up. The sellers, they're going to sit down. You're going to stand up. That puts you in a position of authority. You're the authority. You're the expert. You're the knowledgeable real estate leader. Stand up in a position of authority. This is the last point in point number 3 here, which is your arrival. Before you start the next step, you're going to open your briefcase. You're going to take out the listing agreement. I have a magazine here. Let's pretend this is the listing agreement. You're going to take out the listing agreement. You're going to put it on the table, right where you are, counter or whatever. You're going to get a pen, put it on top of the listing agreement. Just leave it there. You're not going to say anything. You're just going to take it out, put it there, put the pen. It's a subliminal close. That's it. It's there. They see what it is. They could read it if they want to, whatever. It's there. You're just going to leave it there. Step number 4. This is simple. You're going to confirm the seller's motivation. And I say confirm because you already asked questions about their motivation when you pre-qualified your appointment. This webinar is not about pre-qualifying the appointment. This master class is not about pre-qualifying. You're already there. But when you pre-qualified, you ask questions about their motivation. Motivation is where, when, and why. Where, when, and why. Where are they moving to, when, and why. So you're going to confirm, Mr. Seller, so when we spoke over the phone, you told me that you're moving to Dallas and you want to be there by end of March, the latest, because you're starting a new job, whatever the story may be. Okay, what's important to them. And then you're going to confirm, and then you're going to ask them this question. Is there anything else, Mr. Seller, that is important to you about the move that I should know about? Because You're confirming the motivation. Maybe there's something else that they didn't tell you that you didn't ask that would be important. So you're going to ask that question. So step 4 is very simple. Step 5, this is one of my favorites. The marketing plan. After you confirm their motivation, you are going to tell them what you're going to do to sell their house. That's the marketing plan. And the most important thing here is what separates you from every other agent out there. Okay? You're going to hire a professional photographer and you're going to do a virtual tour and you're going to do, I don't recommend you do open houses, but some of you will do open houses and you're going to put it on the internet, millions of websites, and you're going to do, you put a sign in the yard and you're going to do some flyers. I don't know what else, right? That agents do. That's what everyone does. That doesn't separate you from anybody. You're just another agent. What separates you from everybody else is, and that's if you choose to be what I'm going to say right now, you are an active and aggressive agent. Let's talk about that. What is an active agent? What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, write this down. You should write down everything. I mean, you should be taking notes nonstop, okay? You live, you eat, and you breathe real estate. The seller needs to get that from you, okay? You're not a dog walker. You don't have a doggy daycare. You love pets. You love dogs. You're not a community leader. Yeah, you're not. You're not a professional photographer. You're a real estate agent. That's the only thing you do. That's what your expertise is. You live, breathe, and eat real estate. Okay? And the seller needs to get that from you. When they look at you and when they think of you, they only associate you with real estate and getting results, period. Doesn't matter, like, oh, you like fishing. Oh, real estate. You're a real estate agent. They're about to pay you $10,000 or more to handle their biggest asset. They don't care if you like dogs or if you, whatever else you do. Sell their home for the most money possible in the least amount of time with the least amount of hassle. That's what they care about. Aggressive agent. You will stop at nothing to get this home sold for the most money in the least amount of time with the least amount of hassle. Because that is what the seller expects. You deliver results. Nothing left on the table. Nothing left. This is a script I'm going to give you right now, okay? Mr. Seller, you and I both know that there is a buyer for your house out there. And my job is to go find them. That's what you would expect an agent to do for you, isn't it? And the visual, you notice me going like this because my body language matches what I'm saying. I'm not going, that's what you would expect. Isn't it? Fear, doubt, weird body, like the video and audio don't match. No, it's not how it is. So that's what you would expect an agent to do for you, isn't it? And they're going to say, yeah, sounds like you found what you're looking for. Let's go over the price, agree on a price so I can get this house sold for you. That'll be the end of your marketing plan. The question is, how do you stand out? I say to my clients, many of them are here. I trust they could answer this question because they know what separates them. And Jacqueline, I can't see everybody, but I can see Jacqueline nodding her head. 99.9% of the agents, no matter where you are in this country, they list a house, they put it in the multiple listing, they put it on hundreds or thousands of websites. They may do open houses, professional photos, a flyer, an open house, and the virtual whatever, okay? And they sit around for 6 months hoping and praying that somehow this thing is gonna sell. If it's priced right in this market, it's gonna sell. Even if it's a little overpriced, if prices are going up, which in many parts of the country it is, and you take a 6-month listing, the market may catch up with your overpriced listing. But if it's, they're just hoping and praying that it will sell. Somehow it's just going to sell. And price is critical. Yeah, we're going to talk about price in just a minute. But you are active and aggressive because you are prospecting every day. You are looking for sellers every day. Buyers too. You don't want to work with the buyers, but you're going to find some when you're prospecting, and then you're going to refer them out for a referral fee, and you're going to focus on the listings because you're a listing expert and somebody else is a buyer's expert. So that's another conversation. But that's what you're going to do. You're going to contact the top agents in your market to give them information on your property. You're going to be on the phone every day, talking to 30, 40, 50 people a day about buying and selling real estate. And everybody you talk to, whether it's a FSBO, an expired, a neighborhood call, at the end of the call, you're going to ask, by the way, Mr. Seller, can you think of anyone who might be looking to buy or sell a home anywhere in our area? And that's how you're looking for people that want to buy and sell. And you're going to stop at nothing. You're going to get this property sold. You're going to negotiate the highest price, the best terms, the inspections, the walkthrough. You're going to take care of everything because it's not just the price that will actually, when I say the price, meaning the final sale price of this property, there are a lot of other negotiations that happen with terms and inspections and walkthrough and a lot of other stuff, appraisal issues that may come up. Anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked here, but you get the point. An active and aggressive agent. That's what they're looking for. Someone who is actually looking for people who want to buy and sell homes every day instead of sitting around the office and waiting for an internet lead to come up. Leave no doubt that you are the best agent in this marketplace for them to list their property with. Period. Point number 6, presenting the price after you go through the marketing plan. Yeah. So, Mr. Seller, you and I both know there's a buyer for your house out there. My job is to go find them. That's what you'd expect an agent to do for you, isn't it? Great. Sounds like you found what you're looking for. Let's go over the price and agree on what is the highest price that we could sell your property for in today's market. Get the paperwork signed so I can go to work for you. And so now it's time for the price. You're going to take out your market analysis. You have 4 active listings and 4 recent sales. Part of the evidence that you should use to help the seller understand the price is the market conditions in general. Now, this is very specific to your market. How many homes are currently for sale? How many sold last month? How many are expiring? That gives you, and of course, when you present this to the seller, a sense of what's happening. How many months supply of homes are on the market right now? So that could be very important. If you're in an incredibly hot market with 1 month supply of homes in the market, and that might not be necessary, might not help you price this home correctly today, because sometimes seller are like, well, prices have been going up, so we can overprice it a little. And I said about a few minutes ago, I said in some cases, if that is actually happening, the market may catch up with the price if you don't take a short listing. But there's always some danger with that, because you don't know. I said in the beginning, I don't know what the point was, never own the price. So when presenting the price, write this down. Never own it. Never say to a seller, well, I am confident that at $399 we can get your house sold quickly. Never say that. Right? You have no control over the price. Today, based on everything that you're looking at and this market analysis and these recent sales, $399 may look like an excellent price, and the home is going to be the next one to sell in the area. But can you be sure that that wouldn't change tomorrow? No, you cannot. Because tomorrow, another property may be listed for sale that's very similar to their house, and it's listed at $359, and overnight your listing just is overpriced, and there's nothing you can do. You don't control what other people list their house for, unless you're the listing agent. Then you might have some control. You don't. A pending sale might have closed, and all of a sudden it closed for a much lower price. You didn't know. Now you go do an updated CMA, and you're like, oops, okay, it looks like it's overpriced. So never own the price. And this is actually a conversation that you can have with the seller at some point, so they understand that you're going to be keeping them informed with what might change in the market. So presenting the price, you're going to take them through each of the actives and recent sales that you selected, the comparables in this market analysis, one by one. And you're going, I said earlier, as part of your preparation, when you're preparing this market analysis, you need to be very careful on the properties that you choose, because now you're going to have to explain this to the seller. And if they're all exactly the same, and sometimes they are, no, it's easy. But like, when are comparables, actives, and closed sales exactly the same? Even if it's the same number of bedrooms and baths and same model and same square footage, the condition is never the same. And that's what sellers tend to pick on. Well, my house is better than this one. I painted this room, or I put a new roof, which is a maintenance item anyhow. That isn't like a new roof. Oh, great. So, your roof is not leaking. Wow, your home is worth more money. But, sellers think like that. They don't know. I'm making fun, but it's like, I used to think like that too before I got into real estate. You need to be able to explain. Okay, here's how this works. Your job when you're discussing price with the seller is not to tell them what the price should be. Your job is to help them understand how you came to the conclusion that you came to as to what the price should be. That's your job. When you walk in the house, you have an idea of price. Rarely do you look at the house and that changes. It shouldn't, right? It could. That's an exception. We're not going to base what you do on exceptions. If you did your job, if you did everything the way that you're supposed to, you walk in, you see the house, and before you walked in, you thought the price is going to sell for about $350, so it's about $350. Your job is to present each of the comparables patiently and slowly, explain the items that make a difference in the price or not, and the adjustments that could be made if there are differences in the home, and help them understand how you came to the conclusion that this house is worth $350. That's your job. And remember, you're a confident expert and a knowledgeable leader. They're not in charge. You are. You're the real estate agent. They're just a homeowner. I don't care if they're a FISBO and they think they know everything. They're everything. If they know more than you do, then you're wasting your time going on this appointment. If you're not confident that hiring you is the best decision that any seller can make, you're wasting your time on this listing presentation. The price will not dictate whether you take this listing or not. How you present yourself and the price throughout this entire appointment is what's going to dictate whether you take the listing or not. And then step number 7 is getting the signature on this listing agreement that's been sitting here the whole entire time. It's been sitting here with a pen on top of it. Okay. Now it's time, once you agree on a price, and they may have some objections, whatever, okay? You agree on a price, you have the listing agreement, the price is blank. So how you're gonna ask for the signature, the listing, I'm holding it up so you could see, okay? So it's sitting on the table or the counter, and you're gonna say to the seller, great, Mr. Seller, let's go ahead and price your home at $399. And as I'm saying it, I'm writing it down. I'm nodding, I'm smiling, and let's go ahead and price your home at $399 because you already agreed. I just need your signature right here. Right here. Until they pick up the pen and sign. That's it. It's so easy. You're not going to go over the price, agree on a price. They may have some price objection. Well, but my home is better. Oh, but okay, price objections. But if you have good evidence and you explain and you show the evidence, shouldn't be that complicated at all. They could still have an objection or two on price, because every homeowner wants more money for the house than the house is worth. Once you agree on a price, you don't like, well, so what do you think? Remember what I said? Time and time again. Yeah. Motivated sellers want an aggressive agent, a leader, an expert, someone who's confident. You don't get to the end of your appointment, you go like, well, what do you think? What do you think? Like, what kind of close is that? You filling in the price and asking them to sign it should be like a seamless process. It's what happens next. This listing agreement has been sitting here this whole entire time. That's all there is to be done. And when you point to the signature line, you hand them the pen, you have a smile on your face. Don't speak. There's nothing else to say. It's just, and they may, sometimes they just like, it's a big decision. And sometimes they just like, they kind of, hold back for a moment. If it's two people, I used to see this all the time. It's so fun. If it's two of them, they kind, I'm there like handing them the pen, asking them to sign. They like look at each other like and one of them grabs the pen and signs, and then the other, and I was like, hey, everybody's happy. But if you start talking, you mess it all up, okay? You put your foot in your mouth and you mess it up. It's just the natural thing for them to do. Now, what do you do if they don't sign? They give you an objection. Well, if you pre-qualify the appointment well enough, okay, that's not the topic of this at all, but if you pre-qualify it well, you gathered information, you know what questions and objections they have, and it's been all handled already, and you show up the way that I've described to you for the past almost hour here, they shouldn't have any objections. They should be ready to go. But in case they do, if they do have a question, Sometimes sellers, commission is one, right? I've experienced this many times where they will ask, well, what is your commission? My commission, whatever your commission is, okay? I used to charge 6%. So my commission is 6%. And they would say, well, so and so said they would do it for, less. Can you do it for less? No, Mr. Seller, my commission is 6%. Let's go ahead and get the paperwork signed so I can go to work for you and get this house sold. Just like that. And then they would pick up the pen, sign, and say, I just thought I'd ask. So with that, the commission objection, you don't want to start throwing the entire kitchen sink at them. I mean, the first thing if they ask, you just, this is what it is. Whatever yours is, whatever you charge. I said 6% with me, but whatever. Yeah, you just say what it is and ask them to sign again. If they give you different objections, my goal with this hour that I spend with you today is to tell you what you need to do and how you need to do it so you don't get objections. If you do it right, you won't. But if they give you an objection, you handle it and you ask them to sign again. They give you another one, and when you ask them to sign, it's the same thing, Mr. Seller. Blah, 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 you blah, blah, blah. This is what you're looking for. Let's get this done right. I just need your signature right here. And you do that over and over until, listen, either they're going to sign the contract or they're going to throw you out of the house. And it's okay if they throw you out. So what, are you going to leave willingly without asking for the signature, without handling objections, and leave $10,000 for somebody else? Yes, that's what you're doing. Not that if you walk out the door, it doesn't mean you're not going to take the listing. I mean, you could and you should follow up, and there's stuff you're going to do, but the chances of you taking the listing go down dramatically the minute you walk out that door. You could still do it, but right now is obviously when you have the highest probability of getting this done.
In this video, I want to talk to you about how do you prepare for a listing presentation. So let's start from the very basic. I'm assuming you already have a listing appointment. Someone who's interested in selling agree for you to come out and talk to them and hopefully take this listing, right? That's the idea. You're not going there for anything else other than if they want to sell, you want to be able to list their property. The first thing you need to do, and you need to do this for every single appointment you go on, is ask some questions before you go meet with them. Why should you do that? Because these questions you ask, which I call them pre-qualifying questions, are gonna help you understand what the seller's goals are, what is it that they're looking for in the agent they hire, if they're talking to other agents, what are they thinking about, and all of this information is gonna help you show up to the appointment feeling more confident, better prepared. I don't know about you. I don't like walking into situations having no clue what's going on, especially when you're a brand new agent. I see there's some trainers and coaches and people giving advice to real estate agents out there that say, no, when you're brand new, don't worry about pre-qualifying, just go meet with them. Why would you want to do that? Don't you want to start doing things from the beginning of your real estate career in the most effective way, in the most professional way possible? Sure, there's a learning curve, and every day of your real estate career, you're going to learn and get better. But pre-qualifying your appointments, it's not something that you're going to start doing once you are selling, 20, 30, 50, 100 homes a year. No, you start from day one. Why? because that's what professionals do. All professionals do that. So, do you want to act like an amateur just because you're new to real estate? Yeah, you may not have a lot of confidence, you may not know what you're doing, but you don't want to act like an amateur. You want to act as professional as possible. And professionals, they don't walk into a consultation, whether it's a doctor or an attorney or whatever. They don't walk in and just tell you what they're gonna do, like how they're gonna fix the problem. How here, oh, you have a headache? Great, let's do brain surgery tomorrow morning. Like, how quickly do you run out of that doctor's office? Before they figure out what the treatment is, they ask you a lot of questions. Where exactly does it hurt? How often do you feel this pain? How long have you had this pain for? Have you taken anything for it? Whatever else, right? They're going to ask you a lot of questions. Professionals do that. And when you think about it, you as a patient on the receiving end of these questions, that makes you feel good. You're like, okay, well, this doctor is interested. They're making sure that they understand the problem here before they offer a solution. It's the same thing. A listing presentation. Yes, you have a certain script to use, a sequence of events, things that happen once you get there. I'm going to talk to you about that in just a minute. But it's tailored in some cases to the seller's needs and what they're looking for and how they're looking to get things done. And you as the agent, you need to be prepared. If they're talking to other agents, wouldn't you want to know that? Would you prefer to find out when you get there? I want to know ahead of time. And I want you to think about this. That's one of the questions, right? If they're going to be ready to list the property with you, and there are questions that lead to, are you thinking of interviewing other agents? Every single successful business on this planet, they know exactly what, I'm going to say, competitors do, even though I don't believe in competition. If you're worried about a competitor, you already lost to that competitor, but that's an entirely different conversation. So I'm putting competitors in quotes, but every single successful business, they know. You don't think Coca-Cola knows what Pepsi is doing? And every business is like that. Why? Because it helps them sell their product or services in a way that causes the consumer to want to deal with them. It helps them even how to market their products and services and what's important to the customer that they need to make sure that they offer. Bottom line, pre-qualifying is critical. My pre-qualifying script is actually pretty short. Some of them are extremely long. And I've heard over the years, because I've been coaching real estate agents for 15 years, oh, I don't like pre-qualifying. People feel like, why are you asking me all these questions? The problem is not the question. The problem is how you're asking these questions. If you ask like you're reading a script and you sound scripted and you sound weird, yeah, people are not going to want to answer your questions. But if you practice every day and you learn how to ask these questions on the script in a conversational manner, super powerful. And it helps you prepare and not be blindsided when you show up to the appointment and they give you some objection. You had no idea what was coming. So you pre-qualify the appointment. Yes? You're going to prepare a market analysis very carefully. I always looked for 4 similar homes that are currently for sale, preferably right in their neighborhood. Similar. You look and you compare the number of bedrooms, the number of baths, the square footage, and then you find 4 recent sales in the last 6 months. Those are your actives and your solds, and that's going to make up the market analysis, which is going to be part of what you're going to go through with the seller to help him understand what the property needs to be priced at in order to sell. That's the last thing you do on the listing presentation is price. You prepare your market analysis. What else are you going to do? Before you get to the house, you're going to fill out the listing agreement, any disclosures. You're going to bring a seller's disclosure. Your broker should be able to help you with all of the paperwork that is required for you to bring to listing appointments. The bottom line is that you need to bring this ready to sign. You don't just bring a bunch of papers thrown in your briefcase and then you're like, oh, well, you take the paper out and you start writing and you don't look prepared. All of the paperwork needs to be organized. You want to put everything inside a folder. Then you want to make sure you look presentable. Buy a suit, buy something that makes you look professional. Make sure your whether you're a man or a woman, it doesn't matter. Your hair is put together. If you're a woman, you can wear makeup. What an advantage. Go ahead and, light makeup. Make sure you look clean and you look presentable. Yes, your car is clean. Doesn't have to be new, but first impressions, we know, are critical. You don't have a second chance to make a first impression. And people, when you walk into a seller's home, I believe the number one thing that they're looking for in the agent, they're sizing you up from the minute you walk through that door. Actually, sometimes they're sizing you up when you're still out in the street parking the car. They're already looking out the window and they're checking you out and seeing what is your demeanor. Do you seem confident? Do you walk with your shoulders back? Do you have a smile on your face? Because ultimately, the number one thing they're looking for is, does this agent make me feel confident that they can sell my home, sell it for the most money possible in the least amount of time with the least amount of hassle? Do they make me feel confident that they know what they're doing and they're going to do the very best they can so that I can protect my equity and sell this home for the most money? No matter what you think they're looking for, that's the number one thing they're looking for. And everything about how you show up is going to help them make that decision. What you say, what you look like, your presence, your demeanor. So make sure that you're well prepared. Show up early. Never be late to a listing appointment. That's like starting on the wrong foot, period. Because it shows that you don't value someone's time. So leave early. Make sure you get to the house. I used to, especially in the beginning of my real estate career, and even after I was selling a lot of homes, if I was going into a listing presentation for a property in an area where I didn't know the area very well, I'd show up 15 minutes early and I'd drive by the area. I would stop, and I recommend you do that, in front of every single one of the active listings and closed sales in my market analysis so I can make visual contact with the home. I've never been in this area. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, that's the yellow house on the corner of Main Street and First. Okay, you speak more confidently. You're going to walk into that appointment feeling better prepared if you just drive through the neighborhood and make visual contact to the comparables in your market analysis. Now you show up confident. You knock on the door. You have a smile on your face, shoulders back. You have a firm handshake. These are all things, again, they're paying attention to everything. Consciously and subconsciously, they're picking up signals of does this agent make me feel confident? You're going to come in. You're going to ask them to quickly show you around the house. While they're doing that, you can ask some questions about, so you told me over the phone that you're moving to Dallas and you are moving there because of a job transfer and you want to be there in the next 3 months, whatever they told you. You can start some conversation about it. You should make some brief notes while you're walking through the house to show them you're interested, ask any questions. Of course, this shouldn't take too long, maybe 5 minutes. Maybe less than that, okay? And then if you need to, obviously, after you take the listing, you can do another walkthrough and ask additional questions. You're going to get settled at kitchen counter, kitchen table. I always recommend that you as the agent stand up on your listing presentation. Seller sits down, you stand up. Why is that? Because It puts you in a position of authority. A teacher in front of a classroom, they're standing, the students are sitting. There's so many examples, presenters, lecturers. It's a position of authority. I'm the authority here. I know what I'm doing. Doesn't mean you have to be nasty or rude or cocky. No, it's just you're the expert. What are you going to talk to them about? First thing, just again, if you already confirm where they're moving to and motivation, blah, blah, great. I'm giving you in chunks here, right? The next thing you're going to do is, if you have not, right, asked those questions, that's the first thing you do. And then you're going to talk to them about what is it that you do to market the property. How are you going to create exposure for this property? More demand equals more money. It's a law of economics. Your job is to create maximum demand, and you need to share with the seller how you're going to do that. Some of the things that every agent does, I don't know what you do, right? You put a sign in the yard, you put it all over the web, different many websites, hundreds of websites. You're going to get professional photos. You may do some kind of video tour. You may do open houses. I don't know. I don't recommend it, but some agents like to do it. But what's going to really separate you from everybody else, because every agent does all these things, right? What is it that you do that other agents don't do, or certainly the majority, 99% of agents don't do? You prospect, lead generator, cold call every day, and you call all sorts of people, 20 to 30 people a day, Monday through Friday, looking for people who want to buy and sell. You use effective scripts and you cross-sell from all the people that you talk to. You contact top agents in the area. You're going to explain to the seller how you create exposure. That's number one, and what differentiates you from your competition. After you've gone through the marketing of the property, you're going to talk to the seller about the price. And now is when your market analysis is just one of the tools that you're going to use to help the seller understand how they need to price this property, but also having knowledge of market conditions. In the last couple of months, I've been making videos on articles about the condition of the real estate market and what's happening and updates. You should be updated. That's why I'm making these videos, so you could be updated, and you may be able to, when it's appropriate, not all of it, you're not there to lecture the seller, but some information might be useful for you in helping the seller understand how this property needs to be priced so it will sell quickly, because it is in the seller's best interest to sell it quickly. The homes that sit on the market the longest have the biggest list to sales price ratio gap. The ones that sell faster sell closest to asking price. Some homeowners think that I can just price it high and wait, I'm not in a hurry. Well, waiting is not going to make the price higher. It's your job to help them understand the price by providing evidence and well-prepared information so you can get this listing signed. Once you agree on a price, and you may have to handle some pricing objections, you have to ask them to actually sign the listing agreement. Oh, but I'm brand new. I remember when I was brand new, like I was scared of everything, just like some of you brand new might be. But if you don't ask them to sign the listing agreement, what would you expect? What did you go there for? Show them that you are an aggressive agent, because motivated sellers are looking for an aggressive agent. They're not looking for, well, what do you think? Wishy-washy, like, I'm not going to ask. I don't think it's not what they're looking for. Someone who has to sell their house or wants to sell their house, they want an agent that's a go-getter. Show them that's who you are. And you show in many ways, but certainly in asking them to sign that listing agreement. I trust all this information was helpful for you. Thanks for watching. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, click the bell next to it so you know when we upload new videos, and I will see you soon.